You fool! Warren is dead.
Cthulhu lives. New tales of the Mythos. A Long Weekend at Happy Chambers by Pete Sillett and Peter Browning. The following appears to be an unfinished manuscript for a chapter of the travel guide Family Camps of the British Isles by Avery Delapour. The document was recovered by police at his home during the investigation of his disappearance, along with a knife covered in blood and an as yet unidentified liquid. Friday. Upon entering the Bridgeshire site of Happy Chambers Family Camp, you're met with an immediate sense of longing for better times. The brownish hue to the welcome sign has been imposed upon it by the passage of time, rather than aesthetic choice, the warm reds and yellows of its original design merging into one another to create an eggshell shade. You're met at the front gate by a fellow sitting in what appears to be an umpire's chair. He will slide down and offer you a vacant smile while checking your reservation details. As with the signage, his uniform is dated and creased, harking back to a lost golden era of family holiday camping in the United Kingdom. You will receive some hand gestures to approximately convey where you need to head in order to check in and proceed to your chalet or caravan. I must say that I like this approach. I don't need somebody babysitting me on my holidays, and to be honest, half the fun of these places is locating your caravan yourself. I have fond, albeit vague memories of coming to this place as a child, and although most of the dwellings are completely identical, there is still a thrill in finding your own pitch and exploring your new home for the coming long weekend. The camp is nestled between the hills and the coastline, lined by cliffs to the southwest, and a small model English village to the east. Despite the effects of time, which most family sites such as Happy Chambers are fighting against, the surrounding area is truly stunning for its natural beauty. Is this particular site aging gracefully? No, but you could pick worse spots to spend with your family and friends. Driving deeper into the bowels of the camp, things become less beautiful. As a line of the employees, named Friendlies here, stand with their backs to me, no doubt receiving some form of training, I do my best to hide my disappointment in how run down things are looking. You do not feel dirty, exactly. You just sense that things are not as happy as they once were. And yes, this does affect your mood. Side note, I'll probably change the tone of that last paragraph, Brian. I don't want to come across as too negative here. But believe me when I say this, casting this place in a positive light is going to be a challenge. As with most holiday camps, the check-in is located at the center of the site. The winding pathways leading to it are not built for vehicles, but are pedestrianized, which is as it should be. Once you've parked your car and begin to head to this main building, you are greeted, or should that be scrutinized, by the gigantic form of the camp's mascot, Jerry the giraffe, the word giraffe inexplicably misspelt with a J. The huge neck stretches up about 30 feet, and the molded face looks down on the camp with eyes that look in slightly different directions. Suppressing a shudder, you walk into the main reception, setting off a bell somewhere behind the desk. Along with the chime, perhaps louder than it in fact, is the sound of compressed air. The room huffs and puffs as if you've inconvenienced it in some way. Dust motes dance around the murkiness as the door closes behind you, and you might be forgiven for asking when last it was that a broom had been utilized. Sitting behind the desk waiting for you is the silhouette of everyone's favorite grandmother, Mrs. Bildman. Now, I can remember Mrs. Bildman from when I was visiting here as a child, and she was somewhat ancient then, so I cannot believe that this is the same Mrs. Bildman from my memories. It seems more likely that this is her daughter, or perhaps granddaughter. She seems to be just as decrepit and infirm as the original, though. The reception is ill-lit, and Mrs. Bildman sits in the gloom in her wheelchair, talking in a raspy voice about your stay. You exchange vague pleasantries and eventually hand over your money in exchange for the chalet keys. As her long, spindly fingers drop the keys into the palm of your hand, your holiday has officially begun. Side note, I cannot express the stench emanating from that place, Brian. I obviously don't want to include it in the main body of the chapter, but if it's an ongoing problem here, I should probably give readers the heads up. It was very strange talking to Mrs. Bildman. She had the same voice and mannerisms as the old one, but there's no way that she'd still be alive now. Both caravans and chalets at Happy Chambers are referred to as dwellings. It's a cutesy name and sits well next to the camp's other quirky ways of distinguishing itself from other similar destinations. Bins are labelled as your leftovers, and toilets are now hygiene posts. Whether or not the word hygiene has any business being used here is something that I shall decide for myself later. After entering my own dwelling and setting my bags down, I began to unpack and took the pills that I missed first thing this morning. That's the problem with being on the road. It's difficult to maintain any sort of routine. So, now I'm out of sync with my tablets, which is fine. I can just rearrange when I take the midday and evening ones. The area surrounding Happy Chambers really is a sight to behold. High rolling hills line the horizon, which allow for spectacular sunset vistas, which would be enough to trick anyone into thinking they may be in a tropical paradise, if not for the occasional blast of chilly UK wind from the sea. The sound of insects is welcome here. The gentle chirping of crickets and purring of cicadas, note to self, check if the UK has cicadas, easily drowns out all but the sound of children playing in the nearby playground. The grounds themselves do not appear to be well kept at all, however. It is only upon closer inspection that you realize that the floor lining the common areas is simply soil. I'm not sure that there's anything particularly wrong with this, but one might argue that it is not an entirely suitable, civilized environment for children to make play. I snapped a few pictures for illustration here. The flash doesn't seem to be working, so perhaps there's already enough light. Although the site appears to be even more run down than when I arrived, this clearly does not bother the other guests, busily enjoying themselves and hurrying off to enjoy the amenities. The best and probably only way to describe the camp's clubhouse is bizarre. The Hound and Moon sits just off from the reception area. It is a hive of activity now at 5 p.m., as families stumble in and out of the off-white brick building. A sign for the clubhouse sways in the wind, its rusted hinges squeaking. It depicts, or attempts to depict, a hunting dog sat baying at a full moon above it. Unfortunately, either time or vandals have defaced the poor dog, and he now appears to be headless. Side note. For me personally, the sign seems a pretty good metaphor for the guests here. They're all scurrying about enjoying themselves despite the filth particles that I can practically see floating about all around, just carrying on senselessly, like the dog howling at the moon even though he can't howl anymore. But as long as guest quotas are being fulfilled, then who cares about outside appearances, right? There was a slight odor here, perhaps the same one that I smelt in the reception. Inside the clubhouse you will find more of the same. A low thrum echoes through the cast brick building, though I can't in good conscience describe it as music. The building splits off in two, with the area for family shows and entertainment taking up the larger right-hand side, and the children's arcade and activities room to the left. Children are happily left to their own devices, with two friendlies stood guarding the door. Sorry, Brian, I couldn't go into the activities room to give you any further detail. The stench was overbearing and offensive. Oh, and that word choice was intentional. Those friendlies were guarding that door. Anyone with fond memories of happy chambers will have fonder memories of the friendlies. Those affable, unobtrusive, but ever so reliable assistants and entertainers. Always wearing a smile on their faces, even when dealing with the most obnoxious or awkward of guests. Every child will remember that one particular friendly who retrieved a lost bowl, taught them to make daisy chains, or maybe simply gave them a morale boost when they were feeling low. Despite the time-worn nature of the place, the one thing that doesn't seem to have faded is the smiles on the faces of the friendlies. The bar area is neutral, with ample space for a couple of hundred people. Its appearance is more like an auditorium than a holiday clubhouse. With a stage cum dance floor at one end, tables and chairs line the edges of this large expanse. Holiday makers are treated to what appears to be a moderately equipped bar, with a few satisfied customers already camping out here. Amongst other things, you will be able to distinguish the faint aroma of chicken and chips. Although not so bad there, the building did still have that same putrid smell. It was passive, in that you didn't always notice it. But when I did, I really did. It was so bad that I had to rush to the toilet to take another lot of my pills. I know it hadn't been long since the last batch, but I needed something to steady my nerves. I was given a flyer for something called the Candle Mask event, which I don't really remember from my own childhood visits. Not that my memories are all that vivid. It's about as appropriate for families as anything else in their brochure. I'll try to include it with the chapter, but imagine a faded Victorian photograph of a man who looks about 7 feet tall, holding a candle in a lantern. He's wearing what I can only describe as a plague doctor's gown, reaching all the way down to his feet. But he's not wearing a plague doctor's mask. Oh no, that would be too straightforward. Instead, his entire head appears to be made out of semi-solid wax, with the faintest hint of eyes and mouth in the contours of the lump. I don't know who their PR manager is, but they should be set on fire. The evening entertainment at the clubhouse is something to be seen. It may at first strike the guest as a little bit off-putting or unsuitable for younger audiences, though there is nothing overtly offensive or disturbing about it. It largely consists of the usual fare: friendlies up on stage, engaging children in silly tasks and competitions, all rounded off with a puppet show. And yet there seems to be something ever so slightly off about it, as if what you're seeing is just the surface, that there's some unknown meaning beneath the words and actions of the friendlies and the puppets. Writing this now, I'm remembering that the other guests were lapping it up. Alone in my chalet, I can feel a chill running down my spine at the recollection. I can see the guests now writhing around back and forth in their seats. I feel like my subconscious protected me in the moment, and it just afforded me the image of them belly laughing. Upon reflection, though, the movements were closer to squirming or convulsing. Walking back after the evening's entertainment, you feel safe in the knowledge that, despite the lack of street lighting, understandable with so many sleeping in such close proximity, there is a sense of calm and quiet that you only get when sharing your time with large groups of families. According to the camp's brochure, there is on-site security patrolling all through the night, though the only trouble that one might fall foul of here is the odd tipsy adolescent being a bit louder than necessary. Yes, the pathways of happy chambers feel safe to walk in the dark. I'm finding this so difficult, Brian. The longer I stay here, the harder it is to find anything pleasant to say about this hole. I even took a double dose of the pills when I got in to calm my nerves. Precious good it did me. I woke up in the middle of the night with a stiff neck to that same god-awful smell. I looked out the window and saw lights, hundreds of them. The longer I looked, I realized that they were candles being carried by people walking the paths. I assumed that this was the night security that the brochure referred to as the Candlemen. I dismissed that as a joke, but there they were. It was hard to tell looking through the smudged window, but I swear to you some of those lights looked like they were 30 feet in the air. Saturday. Felt awful when I woke up this morning. What a waste of a first day. The photos that I took are completely unusable. Every last one of them has the same lens flare problem. I've probably been given a dodgy camera. I'm no Annie Leibovitz, but you don't have that many photos come out the same without it being an issue with the lens. I'm going to have to make up for lost time. I've only got until Monday, so I need to make sure that I get a sense of all of the facets of the place by tonight. Having some coffee and my pills. Then I'll head out and maybe try talking to some of the other guests. Try to figure out why they come here voluntarily. Happy Chambers attracts a wide array of guests from all walks of life. Here, the working class, the middle class, and even the occasional well-to-do rub shoulders with the camp's friendlies in the spirit of rest, relaxation, and family fun. But what is it about this place, this testament to the heyday of British holiday-making, that continues to appeal? Across the British Isles, coastal towns and shorelines have suffered significant reduction in foot traffic, even from locals. The tiny village of Anchester, just a few miles down from the Happy Chambers site, was once a bustling tourist spot with its famous priory, and yet today it is an empty husk. In this context, how does Happy Chambers continue to pull in the punters in a way that no other destination can? For some guests, it's an unabashed desire to relive their own youths. Stop anyone in the street here and ask them, and every single one, without exception it seems, came here themselves as children. The place certainly does tug on the old nostalgia heartstrings. I myself can dimly remember coming here as a boy with my parents and sister. As far as I can tell, though, there have been very few innovations since that time. Yes, walking through the alleys and pathways of the camp is certainly a surreal step back in time. You almost feel like you are 7 again, wandering about without your parents, but lacking any sense of fear or trepidation. You always knew as a child that the place was safe, that even when out of sight of your parents, nothing bad could happen to you in this camp. The friendlies are always keeping an eye out to make sure that nothing untoward occurs. And yet I can't help but feel a certain uneasy sadness. It really is just like when I was a child, as if the place has been kept in cold storage for the last 2 decades, and has been defrosted and quickly dusted off just prior to my arrival. Strike through that last paragraph. I think this place is taking its toll. I'm seeing dirt everywhere. I feel like Howard Hughes. Except he could afford a clean room in a mansion to hole himself up in. I spoke with some of the other guests. I stick out like a sore thumb, being the only one here who isn't a parent with their child. But I always explain that I'm a travel writer before anyone gets any strange ideas about me. Nevertheless, the guests I spoke to did start looking at me like I was some sort of weirdo when I talked about how dirty the place is. I mean, I'm looking at dirt right now as I write this up. My field of vision is about 30% grit. I'm not imagining this, yet everyone has told me that I'm overreacting. They were all happy to admit that the place is past its prime, but they didn't see the place as anything other than a little shabby around the edges. I don't know. Maybe I'm just fixating. I'll take some more pills before heading out again. There are a multitude of activities available to keep the youngsters distracted and the adults amused. Most prominent among these is the playground, which sits in an open patch of land surrounded by rows of the dwellings. Much like everything here, the structure is a little time-worn, but has clearly been maintained by a loving staff. The climbing frame, swings, roundabouts, and seesaws are much the same as you might remember them if you had come here yourself as a child, though with the quirky Happy Chambers embellishments that one has come to anticipate. The seesaw has been decorated to look like a long centipede-like creature, its spindly appendages tucked under itself to avoid scratching the legs of the children sitting on it. The swings resemble upturned spider things, their abdomens forming the seats, their legs curling round to form the safety rails, and the long taut wires of webbing reaching up to the frame. The climbing frame has been adorned to look as if it has been constructed out of long, sturdy bones. Strike through that whole paragraph. What is wrong with me? I just slipped into writing that without thinking. I popped back out to check the playground after I wrote that drivel, and surprise, surprise, it's just a normal playground, not made of bones. I need to wrap this up quick and get out of this place. It must be something in the sea air. I'm going to take a couple more pills and head out to that candle mask event that I got the flyer for. If my nerves can take it, that is. The camp's annual candle mask event, held on the same day every year, is an idiosyncratic family activity unique to Happy Chambers. Much like face painting, but with a distinct local twist, children have an opportunity to become their own miniature candleman by having a wax replica made of their faces. Though perhaps a little unsettling when first encountered, the activity allows kids to keep a very unusual memento of their time here. I must admit myself to being a little taken aback by the process, and the casualness of both the friendlies and parents present, but I had the good fortune to have the logic behind the activity explained to me by the grandmotherly Mrs. Bildman, who popped out from reception when I voiced my concerns. She had the most calming and nurturing way about her, making me feel completely at ease, and, if I'm honest, more than a little foolish for my initial reaction. Even now, I have a faint sense of serenity hanging around me, as if I'm being gently borne aloft on cotton wool. But I suppose I'm going about this all in reverse, and I should explain the candle mask event. Just outside the Hound and Moon, several families were gathered, chatting amiably with one another, and a couple of the friendlies, who generally kept their contribution limited to single-sentence responses. They were sat on a few benches, while 3 children were laid out in a row on tables. Some of the front-of-house staff were with the children, chatting with them about their stay. Then the door to reception opened, and out stepped a figure that was maybe 8 feet tall. I say figure, as the gender was indeterminate, as a very long shiny coat with the collar turned up reached down to their feet. As it stepped forward slowly and awkwardly, there was a faint rattling sound. I remembered at that point that the camp's brochure had mentioned that their candlemen carried over 100 candles with them in their coats, so that they could continuously keep the fire burning through the night. My throat became very dry when I saw the candleman in broad daylight for the first time. My throat is actually getting dry now, remembering the image. It seemed to be uncomfortable with the situation too, not used to being out in the cold glare of daylight. Probably they sleep during the day so that they can maintain their nightly vigils, keeping the camp secure. It wore a wide-brimmed hat that covered much of its face, but what I did glimpse of it was very pale, almost shiny skin. I was already quite uncomfortable with the fact that none of the parents, children, staff, or friendlies commented on the awkward movements or unnatural size of the emerging figure. But then perhaps the fault is with me, and they were more polite than I when they saw this unfortunate person lumbering out towards them. Then the ritual began. Strike through. I don't know why I put that. I don't know what you call it. The process began? What's the term you use for face painting? You don't say that face painting ritual began, do you? It began. The candleman loomed over the first of the children and looked down at her. Then it lifted up its hand over the child's face, holding something that I was too far away to see. Then a few drips of some liquid dripped down onto the girl's face. Then a few more. Then it became a trickle. I knew what was happening and ran towards them shouting. The maniac had lit a candle and was pouring hot wax over the kid's face, and the parents hadn't even noticed. I got closer, shouting louder. Some of the staff and children looked over to me as I approached, but neither Candleman nor the girl moved. It just stood there and continued to pour wax over her face. I could see that she was almost half covered by the stuff. I started to swear. At the Candleman, at the staff, at the negligent parents. The friendlies immediately detached themselves from the group of adults and took me by the arm to stop me getting any closer to the Candleman, which had not moved an inch since I started running at it. The friendlies had vice-like grips. I felt like I'd been strapped to an electric chair, and I caught a faint trace of that vile odor coming from them. I couldn't take a single step closer towards the girl. I pointed and screamed at the child abuse that was happening right before their eyes. One of the mothers burst into tears. Initially, I thought because she had finally realized what was being done to the little girl, but I soon realized that she was crying because I was upsetting the moment. What sort of cult is this place? What is going on in this camp? And why was I so calm when I started to write this out? Okay, I'm sitting back down to write. Taken a few more pills to calm me. The kid never screamed, or even moved. Maybe that should have clued me in. Maybe I need to pay more attention. Mrs. Bildman was wheeled out of reception by one of the friendlies, almost in time to the mother's tears. She was pushed straight over to where I was stood, and she began to talk in that slightly static voice that she has, almost as if she's talking through an old radio. You can hear the words just fine, but there's a faint hint of a crackle or buzzing beneath the words. I calmed down immediately, loosening my taut muscles. At that, the friendlies released their grip on me. Mrs. Bildman took my hand, her long, spindly fingers covered in a black glove. She too was covered up against the sun, a wide-brimmed hat, long coat and sunglasses covering up much of her body. She gently led me over to where the Candleman was stood. She reached up to the palm of its hand and gently scooped a little of the wax that was dripping from the gloved palm. The candle that it had lit must have been completely used up. Mrs. Bildman showed me her finger and explained in the most pragmatic but loving fashion that this was not candle wax, but rather a special substance called evil wax that was manufactured for this very activity. She explained that it was not heated, but simply responded to kinetic energy. The more that you manipulate it, the more supple it becomes. The longer you leave it, the faster it solidifies. She played with the residue between her thumb and forefinger, demonstrating its gelatinous nature. I felt like such a fool at the time. But now, as I'm writing this up, I can't deny that, even if it wasn't hot wax, the whole process and the strange, disconnected quality of the parents had the nasty connotations of cult-like behavior. I'm sure it was a ritual. I'm going to preface what comes next with a disclaimer. I was not in a good state of mind when I went back to the Hound and Moon to get something to eat and drink later that evening. The candle mask thing had put me in a bad mood, but on top of that, as I was walking over to the main reception building, I caught a glimpse of a very weird animal in a bush. I caught the briefest of glimpses of it as it scurried into the leaves, and instinctively I went over and moved the branches to peer in, assuming that it was some kind of lost pet. What I saw was the strangest amalgamation of appendages I've ever seen. It was somehow reptilian and insectoid without being either, but also had elements of a porcupine in it. It squirmed its long, sinewy body and twitched its spider-like legs when the sunlight hit it. It had bulbous, dead, pure white eyes that looked almost painted on, and a snapping snout like a rat, but with tiny crocodilian teeth. It seemed strangely incomplete, as if it was a model that a sculptor had given up on midway through. I covered my mouth and nose instantly. The stench coming from the thing was stomach-churning, and I knew that this vile thing was the source of the smell that had been haunting me since I'd arrived here. I have no clue what it was. I've never seen anything that resembled it in any natural history book or program. But whatever it was, the camp was clearly infested with them. I felt faint and pulled away from the bush. I want to make it clear that this nasty encounter almost certainly influenced my perception of what I saw later. I had had a very strong coffee with my pills before heading out, and was determined to line my stomach with something, and then make up the best excuse that I could about why I was going to leave this place early. When I arrived at the hall, I could see the friendlies scurrying about all over the place. To be fair to them, they were busy attending to the needs of the guests, but my God, they moved awkwardly, as if they don't feel comfortable in their own skin. Perhaps their uniforms are too tight on them. In the main auditorium, there was an inane puppet show in progress. Strike through, an insane puppet show in progress. I couldn't really make head nor tail of it. Not that I was paying too much attention, but the audience seemed to be loving it, screaming and jumping and singing in all the right places. As best as I could figure it, there was a human puppet wandering about in a network of tunnels, entering and exiting different-shaped holes. He went in one and came out of another, each time missing the animals that were also popping in and out of the same tunnels. There was a rhino, a giraffe, and a monkey, but these puppets were horrible to look at. They were all caricatured and exaggerated, but in the wrong way, like somebody had described the animals to a nearsighted artist, but hadn't really emphasized which were the most important physical features. The rhino was bulbous, its horn far too curved. The giraffe was all neck, with no real body to speak of, with little bristles coming off the neck at intervals, its eyes staring off in different directions. The monkey's arms were 3 times too long, and its face, well, I didn't want to look at the face for too long. All of the punters seemed to be enjoying it, though. Looking around the hall, there was a cozy atmosphere, and those who weren't watching the show were chatting amiably. But I still can't believe that they couldn't see how dirty everything was. I made a point, hoping that some of the friendlies would see me, of dusting off the chair before I sat on it and wiping the tabletop with a cloth before I touched it. It was the same as my dwelling, a layer of grit over everything. How could they all be so blind to it? Even looking over to the bar at the far end, everything seemed to be a mural composed of different shades of oranges and browns. And not much orange, I can tell you. Even though it hadn't been long since my last lot of pills, I felt like I needed a drink. I decided that the coffee that I had with them would be enough to counteract any ill effects of the alcohol. I ordered a beer from a friendly who seemed more interested in the puppet show than my drink. When it came, it had the same hue as the bar, brown, with the faintest hint of orange. I smelt it and dipped my tongue in. Surprised that it smelt and tasted like a normal beer, I started to drink. I don't know how long after it was that I began to really pay attention to the audience. I had made a point of not looking directly at the stage, as the uncanny puppet designs were unpleasant to focus on. I was scanning the hall, looking at the families set around the edges of the room or seated on tables or crouching down at the bottom of the stage, when a strange sensation overcame me. Just as with the night before, I was struck with a sense that my brain was trying to protect me from something, and that I was not really processing the visual information before me in a very accurate way. I focused on a couple sat at a table a few feet from me. Again, I had a feeling that what I had first interpreted as the convulsions of laughter were in fact altogether less rhythmic or pleasant. They jerked uncomfortably in their seats, their eyes glued to the show. I peered deeper into the gloom, and maybe it was this act of refocusing my eyes, or Perhaps my beer simply hit the tablet set in my belly at that point, but the veil was suddenly lifted like a magic eye trick. I could see that many of the children in the hall were not children. They were shaped like children. They had the loosest outlines of small human beings, but they were composed of a very different anatomy. No single one of them looked quite the same as the other. They looked chitinous, if that's the right word. I'm thinking of the stuff that a beetle's shell is made of. Some of them had perfect little children's faces, almost too perfect, like porcelain dolls. But their bodies stretched out in all the wrong directions. Multi-jointed limbs twitched and snouts snapped. I caught glimpses of stingers and mandibles and spines. And then I remembered the weird animal that I found in the bush. Like that, these children felt incomplete, like they were unfinished or in the middle of being molded. I rushed to the bathroom and splashed some water over my face. I knew that I was just suffering from a delusion. Like the playground before, this was just my mind playing tricks, probably because of the alcohol and the pills. It's occurring to me now that I've completely lost track of my pills. How many have I taken since I've been here? I'll need to check. I remember wishing that Mrs. Bildman had been there to talk me down as she had earlier that afternoon. In her absence, I had to perform this duty on myself, staring dead into the mirror and rationalizing my experience. After what was probably half an hour, I mustered the courage to re-enter the hall, and was unsurprised to see a room full of perfectly happy human beings. I was glad that the puppet show had come to a close, and two friendlies now stood on the stage, conducting a quiz. Even though I hadn't eaten, my appetite had vanished. I just wanted to return to my chalet. Filthy though it was, it still seemed like a safe haven to me. I hurried out through the main reception and caught a whiff of that smell. There was no one behind the front desk, and for a brief moment I was tempted to investigate the source of it. My memories of the children made me think better of it, and I exited. As I headed back to my dwelling, I caught the massive form of the fiberglass Jerry the Giraffe, still with a J, in my peripheral vision. It was late dusk now, and it was little more than a silhouette. But I could not bring myself to look directly up at it, remembering the giraffe puppet from the show. I hurried my pace along the path and ignored the twitching movement that I saw in the corner of my eye and scratching sound I could faintly hear. Now that I've got this down on paper and can read it, I know how absurd it sounds. To all intents and purposes, I just had an hallucination because I've stupidly lost track of my pills and am letting this place get to me. But I am certain that the thing I saw in the bush was real, and that the camp must be crawling with them. I can't, in good conscience, write a recommendation that people come here. If anything, I should make a concerted effort to have environmental health shut this place down. I've decided to head out and see if I can catch one of those things. Then I can prove that this place is a hazard. No point trying to get a picture of it. This camera just doesn't work. I've got a pretty sturdy backpack and some thick gloves. The thing looked like it might be poisonous. Who knows? Maybe this could launch me into legitimate journalism. It's about 2 a.m. I don't know if my handwriting is legible. I'm shaking so much. I need to get out of this place. I need to get out of this place. I need to get out of this place. I have to wait until daybreak, though. They're still out there, patrolling. I went out searching for one of those things. I was looking through a bush some 20 feet from my chalet when I saw a procession of tiny lights up ahead of me. They looked like a vigil. There were no street lights, so I couldn't make the candlemen out, only their candles. I jumped into the bush. I just panicked. It shouldn't have made me react like that, seeing camp security. But I guess I felt guilty. I could see the flames slowly making their way to the intersection ahead of me. My heart began to race as I saw the light split off into two groups, one continuing up the path, the other coming down the road towards me. I don't care how this sounds in the cold light of day. This is terrifying. I know they're just tall people holding candles, but unless you've seen them yourself, would anyone even notice if I went missing tonight? They could literally clear out my stuff and bury me in a shallow grave. I'm not here with anyone. I haven't had a meaningful exchange with anyone else. No one's going to look around and think, where's that travel writer gone? This place is a cult. Weird rituals and, I don't know, hypnosis, hallucinogens in the drinks. What are they doing in this place? What are they doing to these people? If by some miracle you're reading this, Brian, I'm holding you responsible. What lunatic asylum have you sent me to? I've got to escape from here. I've got to leave as soon as the sun comes up. I can't go to sleep. I'm slightly calmer now. Sorry, Brian, I need to get this down. I was hiding in the bush, and the candle lights were slowly coming towards me. I tried to hold my breath and slid back further into the bush, but I pressed into something spiky and squirming. I don't know how I managed to suppress my scream, but the creature that I'd upset let out a loud hiss. A candleman came over to the bush to investigate the sound. I could just see its outline faintly illuminated by the candle. It was a good 7.5 feet tall. It stopped just above me. Then it leaned down. God help me, it leaned down and looked me square in the face. I could see in the candlelight the face flickering in front of me. It was made out of wax, melted wax molded into the shape of a face. But more than that, it was the whole head, the neck too, and the wrists. The whole thing was covered in wax, every inch of it. But the breaking point, the part that made me cry out like a baby and run back here without a second glance, was the face itself. It was the same face as that little girl from this afternoon. Sunday. I've left it months before finishing this. I didn't have a chance to write about that Sunday on the day itself, and it's taken so long to organize my thoughts. But now I'm sat at my desk at home, pen and paper in hand, with the knife waiting beside me. After my experience with the candleman, I didn't sleep Saturday night. At around 5 or 6 in the morning, the dawn started to appear on the horizon. I had planned to just make a break for my car, assuming that they hadn't sabotaged it, then drive as far away from there as fast as I could. I had finished the rest of my tablets, against my better judgment. At the time, I was convinced that the tablets were doing something to exacerbate the hallucinations, but they still calmed my nerves somewhat. As the day dawned, I became aware of something that made me change my course of action. I looked around my dwelling in the morning light and gagged slightly. The entire structure was sculpted out of dirt, and I don't mean like a crude mud hut. The whole thing was formed from tightly compacted and sculpted filth. I felt queasy and light-headed. The bed that I had been sleeping on the last few nights was just made of mud and God knows what else, the blanket woven from some unidentifiable material. I rushed out of the caravan, pushing through the door of dried and hardened earth, and saw that the same was true of all the chalets that I could see. It was like looking out at some hugely elaborate sandcastle city, but with an added revulsion thanks to the nature of the building materials. For some reason, seeing this vision in the cold light of morning led me to a decision. Though one would have thought that this sight would push me to leave immediately, I was instead energized by a renewed desire to expose the nature of the place to the world. The infestation of the bizarre insect or reptile creatures was cause enough to worry about the health of the guests, but this was on another level entirely. I returned to my caravan to pack my things. my intention now being to confront Mrs. Bildman regarding the state of her camp, and then remove myself immediately from the vicinity. The government could deal with the details after I had done my part. I headed towards the main reception, glancing in morbid fascination at the husks of earth that made up the dwellings of the camp. I decided to return to the playground, and was unsurprised to find that my initial perception of it had in fact been accurate. The climbing frame was indeed constructed of long, sturdy bones. The swings and seesaw were composed from the bodies of gigantic insects. Looking at them again in light of the creature I had found in the bush, I realized that I was only seeing them as insects, as it was easier for my brain to comprehend. Upon closer inspection, they displayed the same strange amalgam of insect, reptile, rat, porcupine, and porcelain. The thing seemed incomplete, as if their anatomy was lacking some key element, and the gaps appeared to have been filled in with artisanal embellishments. Painted on eyes here, teeth of clay pressed on the inside of gums there. I quickly moved past the atrocity, and continued on to the main reception. The central building of the camp was of the same order as the dwellings, but completed in a far more elaborate and disciplined fashion. The walls were hardened, and had been scored to give the impression that they were composed from separate bricks. I looked up without thinking, and almost let out an audible scream when I saw the towering figure of Jerry the giraffe. The monstrosity was far closer to a centipede, its long, segmented body covered in legs and spines. The bulbous eyes stared off vacantly in opposite directions, while its mouth revealed a mismatched toothy grin framed by rudimentary mandibles. I stared up at the thing in horrified disbelief, but quickly averted my gaze to the floor, when I thought I caught, in the briefest of flashes, the pupils turned towards me. Although I had come to see Mrs. Bildman, I couldn't ignore my curiosity regarding the real nature of the interior of the Hound and Moon. I stepped through the entrance, not daring to look up to confirm my fears about the mascot, and peered into the gloom. Inside, the auditorium was a cavern of dirt, and reminded me of pictures that I had seen of the central chambers of ant colonies and termite mounds. The windows were actually holes that were covered in an orange-tinted webbing, giving the room the hue that I had noticed before. I was relieved to see that the puppet show was not being performed this early in the morning, though there was an entertainer of sorts up on stage, engaging the 2 or 3 families that were milling about with a juggling trick. I was more focused on the environment, looking at the tables and chairs, the bar, the rows of bottles behind it, to pay too much attention to the entertainer. My memory now seems slightly dreamlike, as I can remember him throwing a succession of white balls up into the air, each one growing as it ascended, but I don't recall any ever seeming to come back down. Perhaps he was a magician, rather than a juggler. Sufficiently repulsed by the confirmation that the drinking vessel I had used yesterday was not made of glass but some weird amber-like material, I left the Hound and Moon and headed to the reception, cutting through the main building rather than passing underneath the gaze of Jerry again. I found the reception to be empty, but the familiar smell of the reptile insects was very strong, almost overpowering. I called out to Mrs. Bildman, but there was no answer. After a few more fruitless attempts, I let myself behind the main desk and wandered over to an open doorway. The smell here was stomach-churning, and I had to cover my nose and mouth with a handkerchief as I stepped through. As I walked down the barely lit corridor, I had a sense that I was slowly heading downwards at a very slight incline. After some 10 minutes of walking, I finally arrived at another door. I called out to Mrs. Bildman again, and this time there was an answer. I was instructed to wait, and heard the sounds of scurrying, of clothing being pulled over a body, and the rattle of her wheelchair. After a moment, she allowed me to enter. She was sat in the center of a bare room. There was no furniture other than her wheelchair, and, as far as I could see, I was stood in the only doorway in or out of the room. Not wanting to spend any longer in that camp, I launched into my tirade regarding the hideous nature of the place, its filthy accommodation, its infestation of unnatural vermin, and the truly terrifying nature of the employees and their activities. I don't know how long I ranted at her. It seemed too short a time to cover all the numerous horrors that I had encountered since arriving, but she sat and patiently waited for me to finish. When she began talking, it was at first as if she were reading some internal script. She was sorry that I hadn't enjoyed my stay. The Happy Chambers family always tries its hardest to meet the needs of all its guests, but sometimes unfortunate circumstances can hinder these intentions. She would be happy to provide me with a voucher that would cover another visit in the future, at a reduced price. I interrupted her, making it clear that I had no intention of ever returning to the place, nor indeed would anyone return if I had any say in the matter. She did not respond immediately to this. She just sat in her chair, staring through her sunglasses, which I had not at the time considered strange, given that we were in a windowless room. Then she asked me outright what I thought of their mascot outside. I was taken aback by this apparent glossing over of what I had said. I told her exactly what I had just seen, mandibles and all, and there was again another long pause. At length, Mrs. Bildman asked me if I was currently taking any medication. I was not about to be labeled a madman for identifying that the place was being run by a cult, so I told her that I was merely on anxiety medication, and that it had little bearing on the present conversation. She let out a long, reverberating sigh, and said that this would most likely be the reason that the pheromones had ceased to be effective on me. She seemed to relax a little, as if she was relieved about not having to keep up a charade. I expected an admission of guilt, but instead I was treated to a revelation that has led me to my current situation. She explained that the pills that I had been taking, in increasing doses since my arrival, were counteracting the pheromones that the camp uses to blindside its guests into ignoring the less pleasant aspects of Happy Chambers. The pheromones, like the Yvonne wax before, were unique to them, and had been used to create a sense of warmth and nostalgia even for those who had never visited before. The discussion seemed to open up a dam in Mrs. Bildman's mind, and she began to talk freely about the workings of the camp. She asked me if I had ever heard of a city called Yian. As a travel writer, I've been to many places, many of which were off the beaten track and obscure, but I had never been to Yian. I had, however, heard of the place. Because of my profession, I have an interest in fictional travelogues. I know all about Swift's Glubbdubdrib and Brobdingnab, Italo Calvino's Hypatia, Leandra and Valdrada, as well as Thomas Pynchon's Kinneret and San Narciso, and I had also heard of that collection of cities that apparently stretched across deep caverns beneath the world, home to successive races, human and inhuman, over countless centuries. Kunyan, Yoth, Ankai, Carcosa, and Yian were all known to me as geography of this hidden world. There was supposedly an entrance to that subterranean land, just a few miles from Happy Chambers, at the Priory in Anchester. But then Mrs. Bildman made the ridiculous claim that she had originated from Yian. My disbelief must have been plain on my face, as she insisted that not only herself, but in fact all the staff at Happy Chambers and some of the guests originated from that city. I asked if she wanted me to believe that she was some sort of mole man, the contempt dripping from my voice. I was raising legitimate concerns about the nature of her business, and outright threatening to have it shut down, and now she was trying to distract me with some utterly preposterous backstory for herself and the camp. But this question merely elicited a long, gurgling laugh from Mrs. Bildman. She then told me that she wasn't any sort of man, and now the contempt was in her voice as she spat out the word. And then she stood up. The blanket that had been covering her frame fell away to the floor, and the glasses and her wig followed soon after. I let out a scream and fell to the ground. Even remembering the sight now makes me shake uncontrollably. It's only with the help of some very strong, less-than-legal medication that I can keep control of my hands enough to finish writing this. I had said before that the strange hissing creatures that I had found in the bush and that seemed to compose the playground and the giant mascot outside gave the impression of being incomplete. And now I understood the source of this sense. The creatures were incomplete. They were simply parts of a whole, mere satellites of a larger living entity. Mrs. Bildman stood before me, her body composed entirely of these horrendous, squirming insectoids. Her long, spindly fingers, no longer hidden by gloves, were revealed as the multi-jointed legs of spiders. Her torso was a coiling column of centipede bodies tightly packed together. Her eyes shone with the rainbow reflection of beetle carapaces, and even her voice box was revealed to be generated through the intersection of cricket-like legs, burning back and forward across one another to create an awful, inhuman laugh. The only part of her that was not composed of these things was her pale face, which I could now see was the smooth surface of wax. I thought of the Candlemen, and the little girl whose face they had used as a model to hide a conglomeration of unclean vermin. I don't know how I managed to continue the exchange with the thing after that. Perhaps I didn't. Perhaps that sight drove me mad, and I imagined the final part of our conversation. Mrs. Bildman said that they were all part of a huge entity called the Sin. The Sin had been created from the remains of the gods by a powerful sorcerer eons ago, and that it was spread across the world in the form of these reptile satellites. The humanoid collections that populated happy chambers were partial constructs, not fully Sin, but merely halfway forms. They were in the process of spreading their influence by expanding their numbers. The creatures grouped themselves together, and then were bound in even wax while a new skin grew around them. This pupae stage was the Candlemen. When the skin had fully formed over them, the wax would crack open and release the humanoid friendly, who could pass for human, and then go out into the world to create more places like happy chambers. I stammered out a question about the little girl that I had seen at the Candlemas event, and Mrs. Bildman dismissed me with a wave of an appendage. The guests at Happy Chambers were not harmed, as this would be bad for business, and defeat the object of expansion. But in a few years, there would be a friendly out in the world bearing that girl's same features. Many of the friendlies stayed at the camps and continued the propagation of the species, but some went out into the world as sleeper agents, barely aware of their origin. One day, Mrs. Bildman said, there would be a sign, and all the composite beings across the globe would awaken at once. They would cast off their pallid human masks and all accumulate together, reforming the Sin. Then the Sin, gigantic and omnipotent, would bring about the end of the surface. At that point, Mrs. Bildman collapsed into 1,000 crawling monsters that raced towards me. I stood and ran, screaming like a maniac, up and out through the corridor. I did not even head to my car. I simply ran to the exit and kept running, mindlessly, until the sun finally sunk below the horizon. I was found collapsed in an alley by police who after some non-committal investigation, deemed me to have been on a bad trip and deposited me back at my flat, where I have been ever since. I have nothing left to write now, other than a justification for whoever it is that finds this. Of all the things that Mrs. Bildman told me, the one piece of information that has haunted me in every waking and unconscious moment is her throwaway comment about sleeper agents. I visited Happy Chambers, that exact Happy Chambers camp, when I was a child. My memory of my childhood is hazy at best. My mind becomes covered in silk when I try to remember my life prior to that visit. I managed to escape the camp, but with every night that passes, I doubt that this was of my own volition. I am scared. I am terrified of two questions. When I begin to cut away at the skin on my chest, will I find blood, sinew, and bone? Or will I find a writhing mass of spines, legs, and blank painted-on eyes? And which would be worse? The Flower Dancer by Simon Bleaken. I used to love those long drives we took out into the countryside in summer. They felt like the closest we truly got to freedom. The sun beating down, glinting off of the sides of our red two-door Pontiac Tempest. The windows wound down and the wind rippling through our hair, while the birds sang about Mr. Tambourine Man, or the holy modal rounders treated us to a blast of their psychedelic hesitation blues. The sun was out and the day was warm. We had blown off our college classes and had the whole day ahead of us, not to mention a small stash of reefer in the glove compartment. It was the kind of day when it was hard to hold a dark thought in your mind and a worry in your heart. Well, almost. In truth, we both knew that freedom was just an illusion. He slipped his hand into mine, and I closed my fingers around it, wanting desperately to hold him and press my lips against the soft skin of his neck and face, to feel his agile body against mine. Instead, a discreet handhold was all we allowed ourselves, at least out here where people might see. Outside of our homes, we were simply friends. We had to be, because in 1968 the world wouldn't allow us, two men in love, to be anything else. "Fancy skinny dipping in the lake, Ricky?" I asked, moving my hand onto his leg. "It's warm enough," he grinned, knowing full well I just wanted to get him naked and stoned someplace secluded. "But I've got something else in mind today. We can go to the lake next Saturday if you like. Catch some rays, have a little fun." "That'd be boss, but—" I frowned. "Aren't you coming to the protest next weekend?" "I can't, Scott." "Why not? Come on," I urged. Hey, LBJ, how many kids did you kill today, remember?" He had gone suddenly silent on me, and I could tell by the set of his jaw that he was uneasy. I'd seen that look enough times to know what it meant. "Don't tell me you dig this stupid war." "Course not, but—" He tailed off, shaking his head. "You really like your country supporting a corrupt dictatorship in Saigon? You know innocent people are dying out there, right?" "I know, but—" "So we have to speak out." "Hey," he said, cutting me off. "Chill, Scott. Why has everything got to be a debate with you?" I held my hands up in a gesture of surrender, and he sighed and shook his head. "Look, it's not that simple, okay?" He didn't have to say any more. We both knew the reason he was hesitating was because of his old man. He had connections in politics and was a prominent businessman to boot. Not someone you wanted to hack off through a scandal, or by openly showing defiance to authority. Especially, I thought sourly, when he gives you wheels for your birthday. Who wanted to risk losing those kind of perks? I could sense an argument brewing, and I didn't want to let a fight spoil the day and ruin our time together. So I dropped the matter and turned my attention to watching the world roll by. It was then that I realized I had no idea where we were. The road had become smaller, while the land around us had grown hillier and rugged, the colors of the vegetation darker and more muted. There was an immediate sense of bleak isolation that was almost palpable. It felt as if we could be 100 miles from anyone else. The hills were crested with gnarled clumps of leafless trees. Large pools of stagnant water had gathered at the roadside in long stretches, buzzing with insects and smelling like rotting meat. "Where are we going?" "You'll see," Ricky nodded, flashing me a cryptic smile. For once I was in no mood for one of his mystery tours. There was something about this place that was unsettling, though I couldn't put my finger on any one obvious source. "Please just tell me," I said quietly. "Okay, geez." He shook his head. "Gonna head up to Hope's Point. It's supposed to be romantic and private, plenty of places to be alone. I heard there's a good view up there, too. You've not been before?" "No, but some guys back at Chrissy's said it's a good spot." I sat back, unconvinced, but not wanting to fight anymore. I knew the kind of cats that hung out at Chrissy's diner, and I could imagine what they might consider a good spot. But I didn't want another argument, so I kept my mouth shut and listened to the music, and tried not to look too closely at the clusters of gently swaying gnarled trees that crested those hills. The road became narrower and more winding as we went. The air around us was definitely getting warmer, and even with the windows wound down, I could feel the sweat running down my body. Eventually, the road rose and the hill slipped away. We came upon a large, flat expanse of green farmland, a few houses and a ruined church dotting the horizon. Ricky pulled over as we drew up next to a small sign. It was battered and rusting, hanging sideways from a single nail. "Witchstone?" He frowned as he read it. "That doesn't sound right. Did you take a wrong turn?" "I must have." "Let's head back. Still time to go to the lake," I prompted, keen to get away from this place and back to familiar territory. He was still staring at the sign, brow furrowed, drumming his fingers on the wheel as he chewed his lower lip thoughtfully. "You ever heard of Witchstone?" "No, but I never come out this way much. Don't have wheels like you do. I don't see how I missed the turning." "You must have if this isn't it." "All right, let's go." He sighed, giving that sign one last bewildered look. Without warning, the car lurched and shuddered, the engine spluttering and whimpering before cutting out. Ricky turned the key, but the engine only wheezed. "Son of a bitch!" He thumped the dashboard with the palm of his hand. We climbed out of the car, which was starting to feel more like an oven in the hot day. I watched the horizon anxiously as Ricky checked the engine. The farmhouses and buildings in the distance should have provided a sense of comfort, the first sign of civilization for a good long while, but they didn't. I realized I was holding my breath and allowed myself to exhale, before glancing at Ricky, who was still peering in at the engine. Normally, the sight of his sexy ass in his bell-bottom jeans would have done something for me, but today I barely registered it. What I did register was the sound of a woman humming. Turning, I realized there were people out in one of the fields to our right. I could see a young woman dancing in the middle of a circle of seated figures, topless men and women, who had their eyes closed and their hands linked. The dancing woman had dark purple flowers braided in her long hair, which spilled down around her shoulders. She was wearing a loose-fitting, tie-dyed t-shirt, mud-stained flared jeans, and sandals. A mauve scarf was tied around her waist like a belt, with more of the flowers threaded into it. Her eyes were closed, her arms spread wide as she moved slowly and rhythmically in a circle, while the seated figures swayed in time to her humming. I stood watching them for a moment, while Ricky wrestled with the engine. "There's something all clogged up in here," he cursed. "Looks like grass or plants." "Hey, check out the flower children," I said, nudging him with my elbow, before realizing the woman had stopped her dance and was looking back at me. "Car trouble?" she called over, the seated figures around her stirring and turning in our direction. Giving me a grin and a busted look, Ricky stood and wiped his greasy hands on his jeans. "She won't start," he called back. "Is there a phone around here, or a garage?" The woman smiled and gestured for us to come over. I waited for Ricky to close the hood and lock the car before we climbed the fence skirting the field and walked over to join them. With each step, the air seemed to get hotter. I could feel sweat running down my face and body, and the cloth under my armpits and down my back was sodden. "My!" she laughed as we reached the edge of the circle of seated figures, who were all watching us, though none of them had moved. "You should get those shirts off. You must be boiling." "It is a hell of a day," Ricky agreed. "But we just want to find a phone or a mechanic, if you could help." "Of course," she nodded. "I'm Nia, by the way. Ricky, and this is Scott. You look lost. We don't get many folk out this way anymore. We're trying to get to Hope's Point. Think we took a wrong turn." "That you have," she said sweetly, giving Ricky an appraising look, the kind I'd seen women give him a lot, usually right before a look of confusion or offense when the interest wasn't returned. "But not to fret. We'll get you all fixed up. We'd sure appreciate it." I lowered my head to wipe my eyes. In the heat haze of the day, the sweat kept running into them, and froze, all thoughts of comfort forgotten. Nia's hands were resting down by her sides, but the nails seemed to be blackening and curling up at the ends. "As long as we're not disturbing your gathering," Ricky gestured at the others. "It's just a little celebration," she explained, as her nails lengthened like warped needles and the skin on her fingers turned coarse and blotchy. "To honor the land and the sea and all that sleeps under them, and to praise the hallowed spaces between the worlds where our other masters walk." I stared at those freakish nails, unable to blink, unable to breathe, wondering how this could possibly be real. Surely it was a trick of the light, or a side effect of the unbearable heat that must be baking my brain, as it was my body. Then I noticed something shift in the grass by her feet, as a shadowy tendril coiled up around her ankle. I grabbed Ricky's arm, shooting him a terrified glance. But when I looked back, her nails and ankles seemed perfectly normal once more. "Everything all right?" Nia asked, her smile playful, and her attention was now on me. "You're a bit jumpy." "I'm just really hot," I said, forcing the words out through a throat that felt constricted. I was aware that Ricky was staring at me as if I'd grown a second head, and I knew he hadn't seen any of it. Nia's gaze remained fixed intently on me, and though her mouth was smiling, there was a coldness and hostility about her eyes that had not been there before. It was then that I realized it hadn't been my imagination. "Yeah, it's sweltering today," Nia laughed. "Why not come sit with us for a bit? It's cool in the grass." "We should go back to the car." I tugged on Ricky's arm. "Car's busted, man," Ricky said. "You want to walk or something?" "Long walk to Hope's Point from here," Nia chipped in. "My pa can sort your car out, and for less than what any garage will charge." "Oh man, that'd be boss," Ricky said. "I can settle any debt." The grass around Nia's feet rippled again, though the air was still. Something dark flashed quickly past her leg, rising up above the level of those shimmering green blades for a second, but not long enough for me to see what it was. I had already started backing away. My stomach was crawling with unease, and a tight knot had formed in my throat, cutting off all but a choked gasp. Beside us, the circle of men and women rose up as one, turning to face us. A sense of sudden danger seized me. There are other ways you can pay us, of course, Nia explained sweetly. If we help you, perhaps you'd be willing to help us in return. The grass around her feet rippled again, and this time I thought I heard a sound accompanying it, like whispering voices. Dark purple flowers rose from the grass, like cobras lifting their heads to strike. Sure, I guess, Ricky agreed. He had just noticed that the group of people had risen and was moving closer, and I saw his brow furrow in confusion. He hadn't realized the danger yet, but I had. I grabbed his arm and started to run, trying to pull him with me. Something cold and clammy coiled around my foot, and I fell, landing face down into the grass. I scrambled to my feet as quickly as I could and turned to look for Ricky. That was when someone grabbed me from behind, pinning my arms behind my back. I squirmed and kicked, but the hands that held me were like iron clamps. I gritted my teeth against the pain. It felt as if my arms were being wrenched out of their sockets. The rest of the group was holding Ricky down, pinning his limbs against the grass as thick black vines bristling with sharp thorns coiled up from the ground below. He pleaded as they wrapped around his neck before slithering onto his face, pricking and slicing the skin. He bucked and thrashed violently, arms and legs fighting against the grip of the people holding him down, while the tendons in his neck stuck out like steel cables. I wanted to help him. My heart felt as if it would burst as I watched, but I was equally powerless to move. I could only stare in numb horror as those tendrils pulled at his lips, splitting the skin as they forced them apart. Their flexing tips secreted 3 drops of an oily brown liquid into his mouth. He went limp at once, his body collapsing to the ground like a lifeless puppet. His eyes rolled back in the sockets, exposing the whites. I thought he was dead, until I noticed the soft rise and fall of his chest. Then the others surrounded him, and I lost sight of him. I realized Nia was watching me, her smile cold. A surge of dread shot through me when I saw her eyes, black as pitch and without any whites. "Come, Scott," she said softly. "Taste of the nectar and be reborn." With a howl of terrified grief, I drove my head back and felt it smash into the nose of the man holding me. There was a sharp crack. Blood spattered onto my neck as he released me. I started running, not caring where, ignoring the pain in my skull and my arms, just wanting to get away from those people and those unnatural plants. All I could think about was Ricky, how I was abandoning him to who knew what fate. I had no choice. I couldn't get close to him with those people around him. I couldn't help him if I let them do the same to me. I expected to hear the sounds of the group giving chase. Instead, it was as if a bizarre calm had settled on everything. All I could hear was the blood pumping through my veins. I ran without looking back until my heels stung and a stitch burned in my side. I faltered and stumbled as the pain got worse, but up ahead I saw the outline of the ruined church I had spotted earlier, a blackened wooden shell sitting atop a stone basement. Half of one end of the upper structure was gone, the charred timbers revealing its fate all too clearly, but the remaining beams had fallen in such a way that the rest of it looked like an inviting place to take refuge. I levered a few of them up and crawled inside. I scurried as far back into the surviving section as I could, feeling the cold stone underneath me, mercifully cool against my sweat-soaked body. I found a shady corner and wedged myself in behind an overturned pew. I waited, my heart pounding and my body shivering as I listened fearfully to the silence outside. It was all too still, too quiet. Had I been followed? Had they seen where I had gone? I had no way of knowing, and the waiting was more agonizing than the run to get there. I forced my trembling body to move once more, my arms protesting painfully, and searched my immediate area for something to use as a weapon. I found a sizable length of wood with 2 rusted nails jutting from the end of it that felt solid enough to do some damage. It was then that I spotted a trapdoor set into the stone floor that must have led down to the cellar of the church. I cleared away as much of the dirt and debris as I could, wondering if this might make a more secure place to hide. "You really have nowhere to go, you know," Nia's voice called sweetly from outside. "Do you honestly think charred wood and stone can offer protection?" I tensed, my eyes widening as I held my breath. "Even if it did," she laughed, "how long can you stay in there without food or water?" As quietly as I could, I grasped the old metal ring of the trapdoor to the cellar and lifted it slowly. "You don't know what you're missing," she said, and something heavy slid against the outside wall of the church close to my head. I saw the timbers flex and shake as dirt sifted down onto me. "The gifts we have here are beyond words, and we're willing to share them with you." The iron ring screamed as it turned. I cursed under my breath. The strange sound from outside came again, like something slithering, slapping, thumping against the charred boards of the ruined church. I wondered if those weakened timbers would hold. "You can hear them in your dreams," Nia continued. "They call to us. They want us to remember them." I gingerly prized the old cellar door open. It lifted awkwardly, then stuck. I feared trying to force it further, lest it bring the rest of the ruins down on top of me. I squeezed into the narrow gap and down onto the wooden steps into the gloom below. The cellar was cold and dark and musty. Cobwebs hung in thick swathes from the ceiling, and strange shapes covered in mouldering dust sheets loomed out of the shadows. Narrow, grime-encrusted windows encircled the space. I could see Nia's feet as she walked around outside. I ducked down to stay out of sight as I worked my way through the cellar, looking for a better weapon, a way out, anything that might help me. At least she seemed to be alone out there. "They're in the flowers here," she whispered, suddenly pressing her face against the very window I had been looking out of. "Everything is connected, and the flowers here sprout up from deep down in the soil where some of them lie. They carry their memory with them, especially here." "Who?" I called back at last, hoping to keep her talking and distracted, while I searched under the dust sheets one by one. The first contained only rotting Christmas decorations and a box of old Bibles. "The old ones, who came to this world from the stars and the spaces between reality, singing songs of madness and fire. Those who whisper in dreams and sing to the faithful. And the other ones, the gods who walk in certain places and leave their mark upon the land in other ways. We gather here in awe of their power and to listen to their songs. The pastor told us we had been tempted by Satan. He wanted us to pray with him. But he screamed and burned, took half his church with him when we set him on fire. His God never came to his aid. He didn't know what we did. Different gods walk here." "Why here?" I called, squeezing past an old pile of chairs as I made my way into the deepest part of the cellar. It was darker there, and it took my eyes a moment to adjust to the gloom. I accidentally bumped a table as I went, and sent a box of light bulbs smashing on the floor. "This is one of the special places. This place knows her touch. She walks here some nights when the moon is full and certain constellations show. All that grows here is blessed by her presence. Come and dance in the garden of the Black Goat. Feel the pulse of her womb as she births, kills, and blesses the land. Life and death are one with her. Your lover is tasting of her deep mysteries even now. You will have a place in her congregation with us, if you'll come." I could make out something in the corner of the basement now, just visible in the deeper darkness. It looked like some kind of old tree trunk, about 4 feet across, with thick roots coiling away from it. Judging from the earth piled up on either side of it, it appeared to have burst up from the ground underneath the church. I darted toward it, wondering if perhaps it had broken a hole in the basement wall that I might slip out through. All I cared about was finding Ricky and getting away. I just hoped he would be all right. What had they done to him? As I drew nearer to that indistinct shape, a stench hit my nostrils, like blood and rot. I gagged. "Do you like it?" She laughed sweetly, her voice coming through the wall from outside. "Sometimes she gives us the gift of a child." It was then that I understood why they hadn't pursued me inside the church. They had wanted me to go inside and find my way down here. They had wanted me to see this. With a shriek, the mass shifted. The sides of what I had mistakenly thought to be a tree trunk began undulating. The once still roots and branches writhed and flexed like serpents. The shape seemed to be pulling itself up and out of the earth, clods of dirt and showers of dry soil raining down from it. On the side of the bulk, 2 roomy white eyes appeared, and a vast slit of a mouth yawned open with a rush of stinking breath. A coiling mass of glistening tendrils and roots erupted out of it, slithering across the floor like a throng of writhing snakes. A foul soup of semi-digested organic slime vomited out along with them. I staggered back, my feet skidding in the putrid sludge that now covered them. A scream locked in my throat, unable to escape as I struggled to breathe. My world was spinning. All logical reasoning had collapsed before a pure animal instinct to turn and run. That was my sole thought. I staggered back through the basement, overturning tables and sending boxes flying in my haste, all the while aware of the thrashing that signaled that the terrible thing was waking behind me in the darkness. I could hear those vile tendrils slithering across the floor, coiling around the fallen boxes and scurrying along just behind my fleeing feet. One of the tables next to me suddenly lifted and was hurled sideways against the wall. There was a horrible bleating wail from behind me, and something brushed the back of my foot. Then I was scrambling up the steps and forcing my way out through the trapdoor once more, my makeshift weapon lost as I forced myself through the narrow gap and into the fresh air. There was a sudden sharp pain in my thigh as a rusty nail bit deep into my skin, tearing through the fabric of my cords. Somehow, I managed to avoid screaming and pushed myself off of the sharp metal. I let the door slam down upon whatever horror was below. I burst from the church and into the afternoon sun, gasping for breath, to find the entire structure encircled by a ring of people, many of them topless. 1 or 2 were totally nude. All of them were smiling and laughing. "I told you stone and timber would offer you no protection," Nia remarked, stepping forward from the circle of people. She was flanked by a large man in oil-stained coveralls, and a smaller elderly woman in a work-worn dress who had a series of large seeping boils covering her neck. "But there is a place for you in our congregation still, if you want it." I looked around desperately, heart pounding as I tried to think of a way to escape. Then my eyes caught sight of Ricky standing amongst them. I felt as though a great invisible hand had slugged me in the gut, knocking both the wind and the fight out of me. He was grinning, holding hands with the others, his face slashed and bloodied from where the thorny tendrils had forced themselves against his skin. I started to cry and laugh at the same time. I sank to my knees, confusion and fatigue dragging me down, even as I stared hopelessly at the face of the man I loved. In that second, I knew I couldn't escape. I had already lost everything I wanted to fight for. "Stand up," Nia said. She stood over me, a smile playing on her lips. Her eyes were black. I could see the green roots of the plants moving through her hair, like snakes slithering through long grass. I shook my head, knowing how futile refusal was. I felt arms hook under my shoulders and haul me up as the man in the oil-stained coveralls lifted me to my feet. In a sudden burst of panic, I turned, clawing at his face in an effort to make him let go. My fingers dug into his skin, and his face peeled away like melting wax. I saw the flexing mass of thorny roots that covered his skull like a fine mesh. I screamed and staggered back, straight into Ricky's arms. "Don't fight this, baby," he whispered, his hands grabbing my arms tightly. I felt something die inside me then. The hands that once had been so familiar to me felt like the touch of a stranger. I searched his eyes, desperate to find something of the man I loved still inside them. There was nothing. With a maddened howl, I collapsed against him, calling out to a god I didn't believe in to let me wake from this terrible nightmare. "You're calling to the wrong god," Nia said softly, "and you have nothing to fear." I opened my eyes and stared blankly at her, my body still shaking in Ricky's grasp. "I was given a different honor from the others," she whispered, kneeling in the grass and holding out her hands. "I was given the task of spreading her word out amongst the people here. I draw in followers so that we can offer life and death to her when she wills it. Her messenger whispers to me. I feel his cold fingers in my skull, and I do as I am bid." From both sides of her, I saw something slipping through the grass, and realized it was 2 feral cats. Their fur was matted and missing in places. Large, weeping lesions and festering boils speckled their bodies. Their eyes were a sickly yellow hue. They paused beside her and licked her hands, and she looked up at me and smiled. "And so will you." Ricky's hands clamped around my face as Nia moved lithely towards me, her fingernails once more twisted and warping into black needles. "This will hurt," she assured me, "but birth is never painless." I could see a brownish fluid weeping from the tips of those curving black talons, just like the nectar I had seen coming out of the plants, and I opened my mouth. To plead or to scream, I wasn't quite sure. Before I could, she lunged forward and jabbed those dark needle-like claws deep into the sides of my neck. In that instant, the world changed forever. The nectar surged through my veins, tingling in my fingers and toes, and causing the colors and textures of the world to come alive with a vibrancy I had never known or imagined before. Not even magic mushrooms or LSD had ever come close to it. I could hear the blood singing in my veins as it pumped around my body. I heard the whisper of the grass at my feet, a sea of voices singing the names of the forgotten ones that lay buried beneath the earth or sleeping beneath the icy waves of the oceans. It was as if a chorus of voices had awoken around me, singing of the forgotten masters and whispering dreadful secrets, the likes of which I had never before imagined. I saw flashes of images that I couldn't begin to understand. Vast, weed-encrusted cities deep beneath the ocean floor, hewn from colossal blocks of ancient stone. Strange towers sitting alone in ageless deserts, surrounded by winged skeletons that even the sand refused to cover over. I saw inhuman shapes moving and pulsing around burning braziers in the hearts of dense, verdant forests, while red-robed priests called and howled invocations through masks of bloody bone. I could feel the pulse of my heart beating in time with a pulse that I now sensed running through the land around me. I felt my heart quicken as my body swayed in time to the rhythm. I opened my eyes once more and saw that the circle of people was also moving in time to the same beat, like a colossal heartbeat right beneath our feet. You hear and feel the life pulse of the mother, the black goat of the woods, Nia informed me. She has bestowed her blessing upon you, her love. Tears of joy were flowing down my face, and I tried to speak, but no words came out. She wants a gift in return, Nia smiled, and someone handed me an axe. Show your devotion to your mother. Feed the earth that moves to her pulse. I smiled as I took the axe. It was so beautiful, the light dancing and glinting on the blade, the feel of the wood grain against my skin. I turned to Ricky and saw the same glow of joy and wonder on his bloodied but handsome face. I buried the axe in his head, thrilling with delight as I heard his skull shatter and saw the dazzling red spray that gushed out onto the grass. He slumped to the ground, and I planted my foot on his chest as I tore the axe free, barely aware that I was laughing. I remember vividly each subsequent blow of that axe, as it bit deep into his arms, legs, groin, and torso, tearing through skin and cloth, severing bone with each strike. I felt a swell of pride as I stepped back and let the others tear apart what was left, clawing the pieces to shreds and scattering them over the fields and around the trees, feeding her plants with his lifeblood. As I watched them, I felt Nia slip her hand into mine. "You have done well," she whispered. It's funny. Looking back on what happened that day and how I felt then, I know now how foolish I had been to resist the gift I was offered, and what a blessing I was granted. The black goat's nectar opened my mind in a way that no drug ever could. I walk now with a sense of purpose and wonder to carry her voice deeper into the world. They never found Ricky's remains. The plants claimed them quickly and destroyed all the evidence. Ricky's red Pontiac is now resting securely at the bottom of a swamp, where it will never be discovered. It was Nia who drove me home, and who now stays close at my side, whispering and guiding, instructing me in the important task that lies ahead. Everyone at home seems to think I have finally found myself a goal, but there is no desire or love between us, only purpose, a deep and powerful calling. The only person I loved I gave in sacrifice to my new gods, for what greater sacrifice and show of devotion is there than to freely give up the thing you hold most dear? My path is clear now, to go back to college with a renewed enthusiasm and work my way into politics. That is why she chose me, and that is why she gave me my new life. This world stands on a knife edge. Wars and atrocities happen every day, while people scream for peace and free love. It's an exciting time, ripe with new possibilities. It is time to shape that future and bring the gospel of the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young to the ears of all, so they can rejoice and sing and scream in her gifts of life and death. Ya, ya, Shub-Nagurath. I hear her call, and will carry her voice out into the world. In the Tomb of the White Baron by Tamlan Dipper. Part 1. There are skies and skies. There are skies that cradle a man in light blue arms and mop the fevered mind with little fluffy clouds. Then there are skies that hang heavy with rain and lightning, threatening the doom of man in tympanic assault. But that was a sky of low grey, cold grey indifference. It hung overhead, and stretched from horizon to horizon in steel uniformity, like the palm of a gigantic grey hand, pressing down to crush us like ants. "We're lost, you know," said Mikhail Kovlogin, staring moodily into the distance. In the leaden light his nose looked even more waxy than normal. I wanted to punch it, even more than usual. We were not entirely lost. I know we had to be somewhere west of Angarsk, definitely west of Irkutsk, even if the land here looks abominably similar. Endless steppe and mountain and scrubby forests mile after mile, day after day. Cold water, sour mare's milk, grass stains and grass smells. And no luck in our mission to find the tomb of the great Khan. I'd have given up weeks ago but for two things. First, wanting to prove Kovlogin wrong. Second, I liked my head where it was. If I disobeyed the orders of our commander, our Buryat horsemen would execute me without blinking. Such was their reverence for Baron Nikolai von Ungern-Sternberg. I met Ungern-Sternberg for the first time in late 1919. The train I was on pulled into a one-horse stop on the railway to Manchuria. I was wearing the uniform jacket of a captain in the Royal Engineers and the trousers of a private in the Durham Light Infantry. I had a dwindling supply of mixed banknotes, bloody knuckles, and absolutely no thought of a plan for my future beyond the next bowl of soup and a smoke. 20 years old and bloody terrified, scared of the chaos, deserted my post, and unsure how my luck had held this far and this well in the madness of the Russian Civil War. His Royal Highness King George V and his government had seen fit to send me to die in Arkhangelsk, and by various methods I had improved upon this plan. I had made my own way south and east in the company of forces that could charitably be called loyal white forces, but more accurately described as bandits. I finally boarded this train, clutching a locked leather case which I told inquiring officers contained diplomatic messages to the commander of white forces in the east. Mostly I kept dry socks in it. I once had an uncle who smelled of gin, who said anyone could make their fortune in China, and since I knew I had more brains than him, I assumed I'd make my way and land on my feet eventually. But the more I travelled, the more desperate the situation got, not just for me, but for everyone I met. We were a flotsam of soldiers, servants, opticians, clerks and chancers tumbling east, trying and often failing to escape the Reds behind us. In this way, when we rolled into the town and I heard the train crew disembarking to bully the villagers for fuel, I also jumped down next to the track and sidled into the darkness to see what I could pick up. The villagers must have been used to armed men, because not a single face appeared at a window or doorway to inquire what was happening, despite the obvious excitement. Harsh words were barked, and I could see the silhouettes of men running to obey at gunpoint. I was testing the door on an outhouse to see if any animals within were worth lifting into my sack, when I heard the first rifle shots. Irregular, unenthusiastic, rattling coughs. Resistance to the train crew? Shot snapped out of the train, to be sure. Czech Legion men firing smartly from sandbagged positions. Very little flash. The other side of the tracks, then. I shoved my sack in my jacket and shouldered my own rifle in anticipation. A figure ran around the corner carrying a gun, and I shot him. Such meetings are always tense, and rather I panic first than him. I'm still alive, at least for now, so I've no regrets. I didn't stop to check his uniform. Not that uniforms were definitive at that point. Shapeless, lice crawling. I dropped him. More shouts, more shots exchanged. The tempo increasing. Someone was assaulting the train. In the dark, they would be able to flank the position. I had to decide whether to stay and fight or withdraw. I knew I should withdraw, but there was nowhere to withdraw to on foot. I couldn't even be sure which way was east, other than by following the rails. My left hand was shaking, like it does when I know I could die, and I realized I was going to fight. Forward then, up next to the big bulk of the engine. Pale eyes of the driver, blinking at me past the iron plates. I put 2 rounds into the darkness with the fast lever action to show willing and tried to look intelligent. A round spanked off the metal to my left, but they were probably just aiming at the locomotive itself. A figure in a shapeless coat came up alongside the squat wooden house down the slope from us. Train crew? It waved a pistol in encouragement at someone behind him. An officer. I fired twice more, giving him a limp, and he ran away into cover. Still further down the train I could hear bugles and grenades. The attacking force were likely Bolshevik Reds, trying to put pressure on the line which was mainly operated by the Whites, and well supplied, judging by the bulk of activity. Not mere bandits looking for a quick prize, more than the train guards could handle. I dithered, hoping the train crew would raise steam, and I could get out by climbing onto the engine. But for whatever reason I did not hear the telltale sounds of coal slinging. I saw shapes in the dark that I thought might be a machine gun setting up. I put shots into the area. The movement stopped. I was peering into the night, trying to see what I had achieved, when the industrial chug of the gun sprang to life. I caught a splash of lead to my temple, and in the searing heat of that pain it must have rattled my brains. The next thing I knew I was leaping down the bank, angry, cursing and running into the oncoming attack. A Red stopped surprised, despite his fixed bayonet. So I roared at him at the top of my lungs and he simply ran away. I fired as I ran and chased him. 1 set of eels running away was joined by 2 more, then 3. A cavalryman wheeled his horse and fired a carbine, but missed, and I plugged him in return. Shouts converging on me. I ducked behind a tree and reloaded, and the action brought me round. I was alone out here. I didn't know where the train even was, and I was surrounded by hostile Reds. I owe my life to giving up at that moment. I knew I was all in, hungry, exhausted. I had made a mistake, and was surely going to pay for it. Well, I might as well die a hero, provided no one would ever tell my mother. She'd never believe them. So I worked the action and stood up straight. 1 shot, 3. Some men ducked, some men fell. Then finally a fellow braver than me was charging with a fixed bayonet, screaming, "Ah!" I nearly fell onto the point of that bayonet with relief it was all over. Then, sudden as a dragonfly, a blur of horsemen huffed past me and cleaved the fellow's head above his ear, and he fell. I just stood stupidly. Cavalry were on all sides, a tide, sweeping the Reds back, and trampling prone men in the mud, which is how von Unger and Sternberg found me. He introduced himself in clipped Russian as commander of the Asiatic Cavalry Division, and wasn't it a coincidence that they had caught up with the Reds just in time to see them off with some well-timed butchery? Fortunately, I had the presence of mind to lie. Captain George Fotheringay. I named myself after my hated Latin teacher, British Special Service, carrying diplomatic messages for white forces from London. Von Ungern was pleased to lend me a horse, and we rode off, in my case, very badly. I couldn't very well refuse, and I had lost confidence in the train for the moment. Long story short, I was taken to the von Ungern's camp, some days' travel away. To him I made grandiose promises of British support which would follow, and were worth fly spit. The meeting was in a stinking tent where we ate plov and drank wine by the light of oil lamps. There I was informed that the British authorities were negotiating to extract the Czech Legion and some others out of Vladivostok, if I wanted to go that way. However, since I was only slightly more keen to meet Lord Kitchener than Leon Trotsky, I decided to throw in with these white brigands on my own terms. I saw your gallant action and admire your work. I'd rather stay here and fight if it's all the same to you, if you can use a British officer. The Baron took my oath, and we drank several bottles. But far from relaxing, the drink only seemed to make him angrier. His eyes burned in the lamplight, and by the 3rd bottle he was caressing his sword and raving about the true gods and how the Jews and cowards had turned away from some sort of older religion of gods in the earth and in the sky. He had some fixation on the Mongols and Buryat peoples as the descendants of warrior slaves to a race of people who lived or live in Tibet in some mystic valley or plateau. He called them the men of Leng, and apparently they put Homer and the Latins and Solomon to shame in matters of magic and conjuration. He seemed to think he had seen an old wizard of theirs conjure up beings out of the earth. The Baron said that if he could master the same, he could retake Moscow at the head of a new Mongol army, with fire-throwing artillery, and dogs made of knives and shadow. None of it made any damn sense, but he was a maniac and a murderer, so I nodded along. I was unpleasantly drunk and heavy-headed. I think we may have even exchanged blows in some sort of grotesquely intimate yet joyless wrestling match before I passed out. Nevertheless, when I woke bruised in the morning, I was clutching a new sword, and the quivering wax nose of Mikhail Kovlogin fluttered above me, informing me he was my sergeant. I was to head up a reconnaissance unit of horse soldiers. I was a captain in the Asiatic Cavalry Division. Part 2. I did not see the Baron for some months, during which time I rode with a mix of Russians, Cossacks, and Buryats up and over hundreds of miles. During all that time I did not suspect the Baron of the meanest intelligence or ambition, and simply focused on playing the part of a tough Englishman. But that was all to change when von Unger and Sternberg broke with his general, Semyonov, and we rode on the Mongolian capital to liberate it in the name of the Bogd Khan. The Bogd Khan being some local ruler who trusted the Baron more than I did. I had nothing better to do, so I went along. I rode, and I rode, over more leagues of grass, and up over mountain passes, under the boot heel of an endless sky. When not riding, I dreamed of cake and ale. My Russian improved, but I never grasped the subtleties of the language of our Buryats. In fact, I later formed the opinion that the Baron's closest elite were neither Buryat, nor Tartar, nor Cossacks, but some sacred band or ancestral devil cult drawing on many bloodlines. They kept their mouths shut tight during the day, and kept to themselves round their own fires at night. They spoke a dialect of strange gurgling clicks I've never heard spoken elsewhere, and knew no songs. Their only passions were killing, and various icons or amulets they hung around their bodies. We European troopers assumed the amulets were supposed to have life-saving qualities, the way saints' relics were supposed to. Their faces were not unpleasant, but were as empty and uncaring as the sky over the steppe. I did take to horses, however. There is as much difference between a Lancashire brewery nag and these tough little ponies as between night and day, and on the whole I preferred my pony to any man I met. He was loyal, enduring, and never complained, and though I led him into danger, he never cursed me or ran out. I even respected the ponies of our enemies, although I rarely respected the men on them. I digress. My candle wavers, and I must press on before it dies. We attacked Urga, the capital of Mongolia, as we always did, with shouts and cries of triumph. A disciplined enemy, well prepared, would have cut us down in swiveling machine gun fire. But although the garrison had machine guns, they had no discipline. We were as wolves among sheep. We killed more with the sabre than the rifle, although I was by now accustomed to using my Winchester repeater from the saddle. Muddy alleyways, dirty plaster, rotting wooden gambrels, and grimacing faces. Our glorious victory smelled of blood, soot, and open sewers. I thought myself lost at one point, but Kovlogin, who stayed close by me out of cowardice more than loyalty, cried out as he saw the Baron. His closest riders flashed past at the gallop. We caught up and fell in with them as we made our way among the monasteries. Urga was as much monastery as city by this point, heaving with zealots like a blanket does with lice. Yet we did not head directly for the richer-looking buildings as I expected. Instead, we found our way to a sordid side street, and a complex slumped like a sow, with ancient timbers and blurred carvings surrounding a stone fane with dented brass doors. Von Ungern saw us and licked his lips with frustration. He clearly did not want us there, but was compelled by some great urgency to press on without discussion. Whether through drink or bloodlust, there was an absolute fire in his eyes and blood on his blade as we ducked inside. Greasy-looking young acolytes dashed towards us by the light of oil lamps, and the nature of our visit was made clear as they were slashed by savage passing cuts, losing fingers and arms, and collapsing in defeat. Through a maze of corridors we went, turning back on ourselves, and it felt as if we descended underground before we came to a room for worship and prayer. A wizened head priest sat there on a faded vermilion cushion, wearing a white robe, and strung with gold chains and ornaments. He glowed like a carbuncle in the jaundiced candlelight. A thick incense that smelled of sweet wine and copper and bitter herbs hung in the air. The incense instantly made my head swim when combined with the unwholesome fetor of unwashed flesh. But for all his years, this head priest seemed unperturbed by von Ungern, almost as if he recognized him from some earlier acquaintance. The Baron stalked forward, a predator closing on a baby, but the old man still didn't flinch, and addressed him in the clicking, gurgling language. Von Ungern responded fluently, spitting some sort of triumphal ultimatum, but the old sage barely blinked. I would have been impressed by his stiff upper lip, but for the degraded decadence of the man and his quarters. These had clearly seen better days, with gold leaf flaking from every surface, and red lacquer cracked with age, exposing the ancient wood and stone beneath. Great bas-reliefs, friezes, and filet statues were everywhere. At first glance, these looked like typical Oriental temple demons. You know the sort of thing. Gouging tongues, twisting bodies, grinding men between mountains. But the artworks were diverting in their way, since I could not follow the discourse of the two main figures in the room. As my attention wandered, I noticed peculiarities. These were not demons in the usual fashion, with fangs and elaborate hats. The demons here tormented men in the guise of winged creatures, with the heads of fish and cuttlefish monstrosities. I thought I might be drugged or hallucinating. I wondered if there was opium in the incense. Strange that a steppe people should find the sea frightening, since few would have seen it. Perhaps it was just something alien, and that perturbed them. But the torment seemed more varied than other temples we had invaded, more imaginative and drawn in delighted detail. The hunched, squid-faced ones rode on the backs of giant golden worms and blasted horse warriors with multicolored fire. Fish and frog-headed demons met with Mandarin officials on the shores of the sea, seemingly in conclave and discussion. One played a lute for a party of concubines. I realized that the Baron was striking and burning the old priest, while his troopers hung back in awed fascination, apparently seeking some secret from him. His rage grew, and as it did, his grasp on the clicking language seemed to escape him. He raved about being the new Sansu, and how he would follow the great Khan's footsteps to Leng. He had read of something called the Narcotic Manuscripts, and seen Rasputin's book from the desert. The Baron shouted that he would not be denied by a deathless occult eunuch. Minutes became hours, and the sordid lunacy continued. The old man's stoic defiance became screams. I had to sit, and slumped against a pillar. Kovlogin looked even worse than I felt, and threw up behind a curtain. I closed my eyes, but could still hear the horrendous, wet, rhythmic music of the abuse. Even von Ungern began to flag, his inquiring voice becoming hoarse and shrill. Blood spattered some of the friezes, and made the eyes of the demons look alive. They gazed down with approving stares at the monstrous tableau. As my head swirled with migraine-like discomfort, I thought I even saw the smoke drifting into shapes whispered from the mouth of the old man. a shape of fumes and starlight taking form behind the Baron, who leaned in close to catch the whispered imprecation. In my fuzzy mind, I swear it took firmer lines, the lights within the cloud pulsing, and the distant sound of flutes piping a crescendo. The cloud formed talons and began reaching out for the Baron's back, as if it could shred him with those coalescing daggers. I could not move, but stared in fascination as a demon assassin seemed to congeal in my fevered imagination. I could not look away, and my blood rose and hammered in my veins, my body reacting to the peril, even though my wits deserted me. The hideous scene collapsed at last, when CTHULHU managed to raise a shriek, thin at first, rising to a desperate animal wail. The Baron turned, raising his sword and some sort of talisman in his offhand. But I was fixed on those lights in the cloud. I felt I was falling into them, like dropping down a well, and I passed out. When I awoke, we were outside the temple some hours later, as I'd passed away in a dead faint and had to be carried out. Strange to tell, under the soot stains from the burning buildings, I discovered I was cross-hatched in fine cuts, even beneath my clothes. The Baron and CTHULHU bore similar marks on their exposed flesh. The Baron was triumphantly clutching some ornate scroll rollers and attempting to decipher them in the light of the fire, even while shots and screams of brutality continued around us. Insensible, I was carried away to our new headquarters for treatment by a frightened Chinese doctor. But before I could fully recover, and without an opportunity to cross-examine von Ungern about the events, he gave me brusque orders to ride out to a reference point penciled onto an old military map. The ground was northwest of our position, just on the border with Transbaikal. I was to take 4 of the Baron's most loyal troopers and spare horses and ride with all haste to reconnoitre the area. Conspiratorially, the Baron informed me that we had intelligence concerning the whereabouts of the tomb of Genghis Khan, supposedly holding enough treasure to buy a nation and make us wealthy beyond our dreams. Although I could see he was a poor dissembler, that he was not telling the whole tale of what he learned from torturing the old man, nor did he betray any hint of what had terminated his inquiry. We made preparations and rode out within hours. I decided to take CTHULHU partly out of honest gratitude for his warning scream, but also because I still hated him. I ordered him along because I think I knew a doom awaited us. The desolation and stench of Urga fell behind us as we rode for the clean steppe. Part 3. There are skies and skies. There are the rain-pregnant skies of Lancashire, kissing moisture into the rich black earth in late spring, skies that whisper the green grass up from its slumber to feed hungry sheep. And there are skies that stare at a patrol of horse soldiers from on high, skies that have seen every murder by day or by night, and know every secret. We rode for days without incident, until one day in the distance our companions raised an alarm, calling "Red Horse." We immediately wheeled to ride for cover. Bolshevik cavalry, on identical ponies to ours. Conical felt hats instead of fur. Bolt-action rifles, not repeaters like ours. More numerous than us, though, and highly likely part of a larger formation sweeping the area. Possibly a cavalry division nosing towards Urga. Possibly just sweeping for white bandits in general. Not our mission in any case. We rode hard to escape them. The gods laughed. We outpaced the bulk of the Red Force, but 3 days later we crossed the remains of a small camp, which suggested a group was hunting us out and making a determined go of it. Worse still, from the debris and the ashes of the fire they were real horsemen, not conscript town boys. The only sunny side was that professionals might prefer to hunt us down by themselves, and not send a rider to drag in more forces and have to split the spoils, meagre as they were. If we could deal with them, we might gain several days' grace. They found us the following day, and maintained a steady, watchful distance, perhaps hoping we would lead them to a larger force or betray some store of food and weapons or secret trail. Like I say, disciplined, professional. They kept pace, and now we could see that they outnumbered us 2-1. An opportunity to evade them presented itself when our lead rider called back a defile leading down into a wooded valley. Larch and birch were crowded by pines, the low branches making riding difficult and shortening sightlines. If our pursuers wanted to keep us in sight, they would have to come down and follow. If they stayed above, we could lose them any number of ways. The soft green dimness seemed a sanctuary. At first, instead of the barren wind of the grasslands, all was resin-scented and rustling. Going down into the valley was like being submerged in a green sea. At our first opportunity, I set up the ambush, a break in the trees with tall grass and a couple of fallen logs to take cover behind. We watched the trail cautiously, our horses well away. Noon sun cast deep shadows. Insects chirred in the air. First one rider, then another came out along the trail we left. High-peaked Bujonovka hats over bearded, weathered faces. Red stars clearly visible on the clothing. 3 men were into the little clearing before a 4th looked around suspiciously. 2 more rode past him, and I saw he was about to speak just as I was able to fire on the horses of the final pair and bring them down. Whereupon all hell let loose. 5 repeaters put down more lead than the Reds' bolt-action carbines could have managed, even in a fair fight. The suddenness of the fusillade and the high-pitched war whoops of our devil men panicked the horses and caused further havoc. Soon, all we could hear was gasps and distress from men and horses. I would have lain there, waiting for the wounded to die, rather than risk going to inspect them, but I heard another noise suddenly, boots hammering away, and the swish of tree branches. I called to Kovlogin, who rediscovered his nerve, after the odds were now in our favour, and we leapt off like a pair of wolves, sabres in one hand, rifles at the trail. Our man was bareheaded, clutching his arm and hurrying away, setting quite a pace. He moved nimbly despite the injury, and it took several hundred yards for us to track him down. Behind us, I could hear our men finishing off the survivors without me. The fugitive had found another clearing and made the mistake of diving into an obvious hole in a low mound or hillock, perhaps just witless with fear or maybe hoping we would pass by. There was no other trail in the long grass. However, while he was now trapped, it did leave us the predicament of how to get him out. Kovlogin showed me the broad side of his nose as he waited for me to take the initiative. And, after watching the hole in the hill for a few moments, I decided going in was too dangerous for my tastes. I called out to our men, and after an abominably long time they emerged from the trees behind us, walking the captured horses and grinning. I explained the situation to them, and they were all for diving in after the injured man like terriers after rats. However, I had an alternative. A search of the red saddlebags revealed some grenades, and 2 of us made ready. 1, then 2 bombs were thrown down the tunnel, and after some scuffling sounds, the man burst out, wild-eyed. A double concussion behind knocked him off balance, and before he could bring his bayonet up, I stepped in 2 strides and cleaved his collarbone with a slash. Then Kovlogin ran him through the guts. I stuck him in the throat for good measure when he was down. It was a great relief. My first thought was to account for all our pursuers and conceal our trail as best we could. I had thoughts of lying low for a few days, capitalizing on our captured supplies and the horseflesh, and taking a break from this war in the greenest spot I'd seen in months. But Kovlogin, like the rodent he was, followed his nose and ducked inside the hill where the man had hidden, emerging afterwards and calling for light. Surprised to find old Waxnose so animated, I ducked inside and pulled a candle stub and matches from my pockets. There was just enough room in the tunnel for us to examine what he had found by the candlelight. if we didn't plan on settling in for the afternoon. What we saw was that beneath the turf, the walls of the tunnel were lined with the long rotted remains of wooden walls, but the tunnel itself was blocked by a stone wall, or possibly a door. It was inscribed with carved writing in the Mongol style, top to bottom, but the blast of the grenades had cracked the slab, revealing an open space behind, although the gap was too thin to permit light to intrude. I pushed CTHULHU back out and called the more senior horseman in. His eyes went wide on seeing the slab and the inscription. He began muttering a clicking prayer to himself and gurgling, then called out to his fellows, who crowded me out. I couldn't understand one word of what they were saying, but it seemed very important. I stood in the cool sunlight, drank water and ate some rations. The clearing was quite pleasant, in spite of the mound, shielded from the wind by the valley and the trees. I thought I could hear a stream nearby. The senior rider came out, smiling ferociously, and clapped me on the arm. "Writing says his tomb of great calm below," he informed us. I considered our options. Ride back now, and we risked running into more patrols. Wait, and we stood a better chance. The Reds might move off. Plus, in the event that this was some fabulous treasure tomb, I'd rather take my share up front than trust it to von Ungern. The madman was just as likely to spend it on bribing the bogged Khan to make him a prince of Mongolia. Safer to make a private withdrawal under the guise of getting evidence we had done our job. Then bid a fond and speedy farewell. My official plan, which was to gather evidence and head back to HQ, I explained with some difficulty, and many grand embellishments to our devil men. They never trusted me, but ultimately the Baron had told them to follow my orders, and after all I had led them to the tomb. So they agreed to make camp properly, and to begin manually excavating the door. Nothing would persuade them to violate the site further with explosives. As night fell, I could feel CTHULHU's venal eyes straying to the tomb distractedly. Had he overheard the Baron say there was treasure within? It would not be a restful few days with that backstabber around. I had to think on. Part 4. The next 2 days were frankly idyllic. With the proper comportment of an officer, I refused to help dig. Instead, I rolled in the soft green of the trees, as one wakes lazily in the bed of an honest woman. There would no doubt be trouble, but not immediately. Not before breakfast. Insects spun, sun diffused, small game scurried. We ate the small game. I tried to plot our position more accurately, with no success. I thought about home, Lancashire, and where I'd buy my house with the loot. Maybe Hest Bank overlooking the sea, which I could swear never to cross again. Maybe I could train up as a doctor, nice family doctor. I could stroke the fevered brow and hand out sugar pills with the best of Harley Street. All our men dug into the mound with great care and furious intensity. One older, one youngest, two others. I cannot remember their faces now. The older horse soldier had a mole on his lip, partly hidden by his beard. The youngest had very pale brown eyes, and on 1 or 2 occasions I swear he nearly smiled. He sniffed a lot. In fact, now I note it down, they all sniffed and sneezed as they dug. Was there something in the air? Or something in the foul air arising from the tomb? Well, they dug, and they served their master, the Baron. Much good it did them. They used bayonets and tools from the baggage of the Reds. CTHULHU made tea, and wandered off, supposedly standing guard. He chased game badly, and caught nothing. Who knows what he really did? Probably laying up supplies to run off. I know I was. He seemed troubled, certainly. Furtive. Maybe his peasant soul picked up on something. Or perhaps he just revolted at the thought of disturbing the sleep of a king, even a dead one, because our devil riders became increasingly convinced that this was a high tomb of great significance. When they took their infrequent breaks to drink water, They would whisper, repeating stanzas of prayer or incantation. I could not understand the language, but their stances betrayed concern and reverence. On the third day, with delighted cries, they removed enough soil to be able to prise one half of the ceiling stone away and carry it delicately away and place it on the hillside. It was incredibly old, and in the light seemed to have a soft greenish tinge to it. The letters ran Mongol fashion, but even with my limited knowledge I could see this was far stranger and far older. The letters leaned drunkenly, melting like warm wax. Hieroglyphs, or maybe illuminated letters like a medieval parchment, were interspersed among the regular script. A pendulous star, an eye, a different star, barbed, a sort of bird's nest of lines repeated several times. I had no interest in archaeology, but the sheer antiquity and strangeness was arresting. Kovlogin and I went back into the tunnel and tried to peer inside. Candle stubs were retrieved from our packs, and with great care we lit them. It was impossible to see beyond a short stretch of tunnel, stone-flagged and stone-roofed. There was certainly something back there. I would have made Kovlogin scout himself, but I did not trust him to report what he found, nor could I understand enough of our troopers' language for them to be of any use. So I resolved to squeeze through myself. With infinite care, and by holding one arm over my head like a swimmer caught mid-stroke, I was able to pass through, shirtless, and accepted a light. Groping forward almost on all fours, it took no time before I encountered a strange obstacle. After a time, I realized that it was a sort of curtain made of beads strung on silver wire. Holding them close, they glittered in the flame-light. Tarnished silver, amber, and some dark stone. I pocketed a handful where wires had broken, but as I did so I became aware of the much larger chamber beyond, and pressed into it. Words cannot describe the scene adequately, but words are all I have. It was in some sense slightly squalid, low-ceilinged. I could not quite stand up straight. The solid stone walls did not keep out all the moisture. In fact, I could see at least one dark puddle of liquid on the floor. Yet, at the same time, it was undoubtedly magnificent, and undoubtedly a tomb. A kind of boat-like sarcophagus was at the centre, possibly gold-plated, on a wooden frame. Unquestionably ancient, there was the strangest odour in the air. It smelled of swamps and horsehide, and frankincense and myrrh, as if the burial was in a jackal's mouth on a sacrificial altar. A scurf of offering bowls and candle holders almost piled up against it, the food or incense long gone. Evidently these were made of fine bone china, and brass, pewter, and ivory, in all different styles from around the world. The more arresting thing, though, was that beyond the offerings, like mourners at a funeral, were gods, statues and icons, arranged pointing towards the dead Khan, like the conquered slaves of a Roman general. Like the offering bowls, these were all of great workmanship and in rich materials. A gem-studded crucifix, a golden Buddha, ivory multi-limbed gods from India. There were even some that I did not recognize. I saw a crouched thing with the wings of a bat, and a scowling face with worms coming out of it. Evidence that the Khan could grind down cults and religions to beyond the reach of history or memory when he chose to. I could not take it all in at a glance, but did have the presence of mind to sweep up some of the more portable pieces into my trouser pocket, wrapped in a handkerchief. Any one of these pieces, if sold carefully, might go for thousands. But gems, I thought to myself, were the real treasure, not gold, which would weigh me down. A few nice fat pigeon egg-sized diamonds, perhaps. There were other treasures, to be sure. Silk bags, lacy with old age. Wooden boxes warped by the damp. Precious reliquaries, overstuffed with coins of kings and emperors, all defaced so their royal visages did not dare to be shown. Pearls glistened, amber shone. Marble tablets with hieroglyphics were scattered heedlessly, alongside crumbling scrolls and prayer bowls, green with verdigris. Yes, the smart thing to do would be to do a proper inventory. And then what? I sat down to think, cross-legged. I had some minutes of candle yet. How to get rid of CTHULHU and my escort? An idea struck me. But as it did, I realized that the candle flame was guttering. Air was blowing across it, and not from me. A draught, then. Was there some larger treasure room beyond this? Was this even the Khan himself? What if this was merely a concubine's antechamber, and some larger, more precious hoard was beyond? I started up, and navigated as best I could to the rear of the tomb, trying not to trample heathen gods underfoot like an avenging archangel. To no look, unfortunately, as some icon of the Indus jabbed me in the shin, making me cry out. Behind me, I heard CTHULHU feign interest in my plight, but I ignored him as I had seen something strange behind the sarcophagus. 3 fluted tubes emerged from the bare soil, like upended brass drainpipes. Yet they were painted with long faded symbols and writing. Utterly at odds with the other man-made objects in the rest of the room, they seemed strangely functional. Their open mouths did not quite meet the ceiling, but were too close for me to see in. I had no means to break them open. A soft, slightly humid air exhaled from all 3. It smelled strangely of thunderstorms and the sea. There was no sound. In fact, as I reflected, it occurred to me that they might be some sort of insect hive, and the last thing I wanted was a swarm of ants or of flies to issue forth. My candle would not last long enough, and was not bright enough to make a proper essay of the treasure, so I moved to extract myself. Leaving was harder to do than entering, with no one to push my legs, but I managed it with some nervous gasps. I made a face when I got out and demanded tea to cover my composition of a good lie. "It is a tomb, all right, but I cannot be sure it is the Great Khan," I said at length. "It is the Great Khan below," said our eldest trooper, with feeling. "I cannot be certain yet. Our Baron will insist we bring proof of something that could only be of the Khan. Not some ancient other tomb. It must be the Khan, do you see? Those are our orders." I thought a while. What would mark out the Great Khan, above all others? This question flattered the knowledge of our troopers, and they descended into intense discussion, with many glances at us 2 Europeans. They gurgled and clicked back and forth like a blocked sink. CTHULHU gave me the side of his nose, feigning indifference, and fussing with the pots and pans, until finally the elder approached me, even venturing a salute. "The Great Khan below will have a knife. We will recognize it if you show it to us," he said, almost reluctantly, clearly divulging some secret myth. "Very well," I said. "Then I must return to the chamber with better lights and make a respectful search for this dagger. But," I said, with a theatrical flourish towards the sun, "I will need better light. We must get lights, yes?" This provoked a further parliament of our 4 men, which, being more mundane, I could slightly follow. It seemed our youngest lad had the bright idea to hunt up some fat game, render the grease from their organs, and make rushlights from ration tins. A capital plan from a born sapper, I thought, and congratulated him. "Go," I said, "and find what you can. Make fast now, chop chop. Use your rifles if you must." And off they ran to all points of the compass. CTHULHU appeared at my elbow. "So, what is in there?" he asked. "Gold," I answered. "Solid gold, big as soup plates." And I led him back into the approach tunnel, whereupon, with some squeezing and effort, I pried free and passed to him 4 slabs of gold plate, weighing several pounds apiece. These he wrapped in horse blankets and concealed under 2 of our ponies' saddles on a sort of harness. "Not mine," I said. "He has gone slightly lame, and will be no good to ride." Unfortunately, CTHULHU was too lazy to spot this transparent falsehood. Part 5. Our men were gone until late, having endeavoured to take game using improvised spears, rather than risk the sound of gunfire carrying to our enemies. Although there was no time to render out the fat from the clutch of creatures and make the lamps before sundown. But we ate well enough of the stew. Kovlogin, with transparent cunning, broke out a bottle of pepper vodka and passed it around, congratulating us on fulfilling our mission. I made it look like I was drinking, and spilled a great deal into my beard, a trick of my father's, or so my mother told me. The fire crackled, and fatigue overwhelmed us, as exertion on the trail often induces. Every man clustered in close to the small pile of embers for warmth against the chill. Nothing moved. Time passed. An inky darkness descended. I lay in the black and listened. The wind seemed to whistle very faintly in the distance, and there were mysterious cracking and rustling noises, as there often are. I don't know if he possessed some hidden reserve of stealth, or if I merely nodded off, but I blinked awake and saw that Kovlogin was missing from the circle. I lay awake then, trying to estimate the time. I wanted to give him a good head start, so I tried to think about the chamber and what I already knew. Heaps of idols, bags of gemstones and coins. It was not so grand as perhaps I expected, smaller by size even if heaped with loot. I half expected a temple, hidden in some nap of the earth, not a barrow underground. Yet it still had treasure enough for me. I roused as if to urinate. Then, blundering noisily, I cried out in alarm. "The sergeant has gone! Deserter! He would inform the Reds. We must find him." I sent my sleepy men out into the forest. I ordered them to take horses and to track as best they could and bring Kovlogin back alive. I would remain here to guard the camp in case he returned. Teeth flashed mirthlessly, guns were loaded, and swords whetted. Then all were gone, save myself, and once alone, I went soundly to sleep, knowing full well that Kovlogin would be making at top speed, blundering about no doubt, and give me at least until morning, possibly into the next day. Then I could take my pick of the loot and be off. Either I'd make it away clean, or if I ran into anyone, I could still claim to be looking for the fugitive. I was obviously wrong, as you'd expect. I woke to find Kovlogin waving a knife in my face. Sleepily, I wondered if it was the Great Khan's blade, but it was just some pig-iron sticker probably turned out in Sheffield. I could imagine it plunging into my guts, and kept quite still. "You have to help me. Get it off me," he warbled. I blinked, like I imagined an officer would blink. So he showed me his arm, his bare forearm. "Get what off you? You're hysterical," I warned him, with a supercilious air. "It killed him. Now it's on me," he shrieked. Again I could not see what on earth he was talking about. "The shadow falls. The shadow has teeth. It bites." The man was raving, so I looked past him to see if any of my troopers had come back or was approaching. In fact, I saw one laid out flat on the ground. A flat plate of gold had fallen beside him. Blood pooled around him. "What have you done, you blackguard? You're mad," I said with forced outrage. Kovlogin exclaimed briefly and gripped my arm with fingers as tight as a vice with panic. I stumbled closer to the fire, catching a glimpse of our fallen man, his face twisted with fear, blood running down. Yet another dead man, but something seemed unusual for all that. But I couldn't put my finger on it, being swung around by a lunatic. "Look here, by the fire," he insisted, and used his foot to kick more fuel onto the coals. Sparks shot up into the pre-dawn darkness, and finally it hit me in the blaze of light. The shadow on his bare arm had not moved. Something like the ghost of a hand or paw, small-fingered. It was as if it were painted on. It was so simple, yet so incomprehensible. I did what any red-blooded Englishman does when confronted with the truly mysterious and incomprehensible. I punched him. Kovlogin reeled backwards from my rather sloppy hit, wailing like a goose. His arm waved. The shadow stayed put, just hanging in mid-air. As if left behind in a moment of inattention, part of Kovlogin seemed to have been left behind with it. He stared stupidly down at the gap in his flesh. For a moment, nothing happened. Kovlogin probably screamed, but I was transfixed by the sight of a chunk of Kovlogin staying put in the air. Then very slowly, like cigarette smoke, it faded and dispersed like mist on a bright morning. Kovlogin kept screaming, and blood very slowly welled out of the missing chunk in his arm. We stood still far longer than hindsight would like. Then we bolted in unison for the only cover nearby, the tunnel. Fighting over each other, Kovlogin's blood on his hands and in my hair, into the sudden sanctuary of a grave. We waited, breathing like stampeded sheep. Kovlogin muttered, and I heard him emptying a bag noisily. A red flickering, and I saw he had grabbed one of our lanterns, placed it on a Byzantine silver chest, and lit it. Gemstones and gold blazed, although no lust for it was on us at that moment. "What happened?" I said. "We have awoken the night," Kovlogin whimpered. He held his cruelly damaged arm like a broken wing. He was so pathetic I even felt sorry for him, and moved to look closer. Through the dirty shirt he had clamped on the injury, I could see blood welling through like blotted ink. It was not bleeding so bad, considering the size of the wound. The form of a small animalistic paw could clearly be seen. It was almost as if it had been carved out of him like he were a block of clay, not warm flesh and bone, like a spoonful of butter. "I doubled back," he continued, as if we were co-conspirators. "I wanted to check the tomb for richer treasure. I knew you would try to swindle me," he ended peevishly, hurt by my subterfuge. "I didn't get in here. I was grabbed by one of the troopers in ambush, and they were dragging me towards the fire. That's when we saw him." He shuddered. I must have been very sound asleep. So much for my plan. "We heard nothing. We only saw them. 3 shadows. One tall and thin, one on all fours like a wolf, one small like a child. They danced in the firelight, and we tried to see what cast them. But nothing cast the shadows. They were just there. The low shadow slid across the floor and seemed to sniff my leg." Kovlogin stared straight ahead as he told the tale. "The tall shadow and the child shadow moved across the guard. I saw their hands on him, darting like spiders, grey as smoke. A poetic streak in him, I thought stupidly. Nothing happened until he turned to speak to me. Then," he shuddered, "he turned, but the shadowed parts didn't. They stayed perfectly still. And when he turned, he came apart in their hands, torn to pieces." Again, the sergeant's wide cow eyes turned imploringly to me. "What have we woken?" He gestured hopelessly with the knife at the tomb around us. I paused here. No doubt something was wrong. But if there's one thing I have learned, it's that in a crisis you must keep your head, no matter how mad the world becomes. I had navigated the treacherous waters of the Russian Revolution. Whatever deviltry this was, I just had to stay calm. If only because Kovlogin still had that knife. So I gestured to him and bound his wound up tighter, and made encouraging noises until the tension fell away from him, and he slumped in defeat against a chest, still armed. Adrenaline leaked from him, but he did not quite close his eyes. Periodically they would dart around, vigilantly, madly. I took stock. We had light, a steady golden light. I could see no threat at this moment, so I looked around. Treasure. Treasure. The great coffin. Then, with great forced nonchalance, I began searching about me. Like a man looking for his glasses, I picked things up and discarded them idly, not seizing anything, until Kovlogin stopped staring. I wanted him to get accustomed to me moving around before I searched in earnest. I had half a torn shirt from the bandaging and fashioned that into a bindle. I filled it with the most portable treasures I could see, jewellery and loose stones, I found a gold crucifix and handed it to Kovlorgin casually, as one would pass a newspaper one had finished with. He was pathetically grateful and clasped it to his chest with childish fervour. But I was only partly interested in loot. I did not know what misfortune waited outside and might come for us, but the thought occurred to me that whatever sort of predatory thing had attacked my companion, my best bet was to ensure it fell upon him, while I made away. To that end, I would need to put a crimp in his ability to keep up with me. I needed a knife, and I knew from our men that the tomb of the Khan would have a knife, or at the very least surely there would be a sabre. Kovlorgin began whining a prayer, no doubt to comfort himself, as I completed my first circuit. I glanced behind the coffin, and saw again those 3 odd-looking tubes. 3 tubes. Hadn't the sergeant said there were 3 shadows? Could shadows live in a pipe, in a tunnel underground? I suppose it was as good a place for living shadows as any. I wondered if they were holding back because of our lamp. But then hadn't I been told that they attacked in the light from the fire? Put that out of my mind. Escape first, escape always. "Where are you?" said Kovlorgin plaintively. "I cannot see you." "I'm behind the sarcophagus, Sergeant. I am looking for a way out," I said, almost honestly. "But I cannot see you," he repeated. There was nothing back here, so I rounded the far side and stopped dead. Kovlorgin had not moved in the circle of golden radiance, propped up against the twinkling treasure chest, but there was a hand across his eyes, as if he were playing hide-and-seek. Although it was not a hand, it was the shadow of a hand, with long, angular fingers. I froze. Kovlorgin too seemed frozen. "Don't move," I cautioned. "A shadow is over your eyes. It may hurt you if you move." The man whimpered, but held his position strictly. What to do? I peered every way, looking for a shadow among the shadows. I had hoped to wait it out until morning, but at least one of the things had returned to its lair. "I want you to write to my wife," Kovlorgin said, and I immediately lost interest. Some sort of rambling apology for his sins, which were numerous and once or twice contradictory. The poor fool even raved about the Baron's obsessions, spheres within spheres like eyes within holes, how he had hoped to control the forces of the dole and would now be taken by them. He kept mangling some repeated phrase in the clicking, gurgling tongue, like a paternoster. But even distracted, I could tell he was misremembering it from the interrogation at the burned temple. It should have been, Yog-Sothoth is the gate. Yog-Sothoth is the key in the gate. Past, present, future are all one to Yog-Sothoth. Although who Yog-Sothoth was and why he'd look out for Mikhail Kovlorgin was still a mystery. However, only the language part of my mind heard his confession. The savage animal desire to be free of this hole was rising in me. I slid around the sarcophagus with my back to it. I might have no way to stop the shadows, but I would not go like Kovlorgin. I would see my fate approaching, and if it had a face, I would laugh in it. Not that a shadow has a face. I giggled out loud. "Why are you laughing?" he whined. "You must tell my wife this. You can send a letter to the bakers near Kaluskaya Square. Either she will pick it up, or my mother will. Just do not put my name on it, or the Reds will find out. Unless you can say I joined the Reds." He grinned with low cunning. "Yes, you must do that." He turned towards me as he smiled. He seemed to realize his mistake in that last second. The top half of his face came away, as the shadow stayed perfectly still, holding on to it. Eyes, part of his forehead, torn away. And as he spasmed with pain, as he screamed his throat to ruin, it was obvious that the shadows had also been laying across other parts of him. Blood filled the air like a satisfied exhalation, and he was surrounded by small wisps of grey smoke as his flesh disintegrated. Not the worst death I've seen, but enough to make me freeze for those few deadly seconds. By the time my wits returned, I couldn't see where the shadows were. Could I make a dash for it? Were they predatory and would pounce if I ran? Were they sated with flesh and blood after killing the 2 men just now? I had no idea. I shifted nervously on my pile of loot and small avalanches, fortune streamed down. Was it better to run and chance it? No, that was panic rising in me. Better to stay calm. Always better to stay calm, I told myself. Maybe the noise had drawn them. Yes, that could be it. I should stay quiet. Stay still. Dawn soon, anyway. My chance, at least. My hope, at least. But if you've ever waited for death, as I have before, then you will know it is not easy. It is awfully hard to stay the course and not waver. Thoughts rise. Hopes, fears battle. You talk to yourself if you aren't careful. Swear and curse. Which is why I fetched out my notebook and began writing, so I could focus my mind and not succumb to the fear. Writing slowly and carefully, barely moving. I did not think about a stealthy dark shade sliding across the coffin behind my head to snuff out my sight and my life like an old man snubbing a candle, or some animal paw drape across my lap like a faithful hound, only to rend me in pieces. I have been writing for hours. I feel like I have nothing left to say. My name is Mortimer John Puckelsley, Private 287091, 2nd Regiment, 7th Battalion, Durham Light Infantry. You can find my mother by looking in the Lancashire Police Gazette, but she will neither reward nor believe you if you tell her how I ended. I write these lines in case some future horse soldier finds them. I order you to run as fast as you can. Leave the shadows to the grave, and the treasure to the great Khan in his long sleep. My candle is fading. My left hand is shaking, the way it does when I know that I will die. Beyond the Black Stone by Paul Draper. Swift from infinity, the enormous fear that lives between the stars clutched with the cold great darkness at my heart. Then from the gulf arose a whispering. A Dream of the Abyss by Clark Ashton Smith. 1. The Dark Tourist. In case this tape is eventually found, here is the complete story. It seems I have some time, so I'll lay it out in as much detail as I can. I was, what is known as a dark tourist. I am well educated, and due to inheritance, comfortably funded, but the triviality of the modern world left me cold. Nothing touched my heart in the day-to-day banality of template life. There had to be more. Like many others with casual time on their hands, I tried to find this more in excess. I mined for it in drink, narcotics, physical ecstasy, and vice. Only in adventure did I come close to finding the otherness I desired, which was a connection to something beyond, the space behind the veil that had been hinted at in the febrility of many opium nights. I was physically sound, despite my iniquities, and young enough to have faith that this frame would carry me through jeopardy. I challenged my body with extreme sport, running, swimming, driving, and sailing in the most testing conditions. I will say that being a close friend of mortal peril gave me a certain insight into the wider universe beyond humdrum life. It is akin to being familiar with a high fence that can be scaled, but only peered over once and then never again. I was neither despairing nor insane enough to want to cross into oblivion, so instead I became a dark tourist. I travelled to places associated with death and suffering, to feel the echoes of those who have taken that last journey. During my first trips, I made a discovery. I would not describe myself as psychic or clairvoyant, but I do have a certain sensitivity to dark places. I can feel things. I have stood in the rubble of ruined Polish gas chambers and felt my eardrums tremble to faint, decades-old horror. I have walked around an abandoned Ukrainian town with a Geiger counter gently clicking on my lapel and physically sensed the anguish of those who fled. I have been in the killing fields of Chiongek and Mandor and felt past harrowing rising from the land. Volcanoes, collapsed mines, tsunami-cleansed coasts, bomb sites, and war graves. They all carry scintillas of the energy I look for, a glimpse of truths the world would prefer to be distracted from. I am not ashamed to say it became an addiction. I searched for ever more obscure destinations, and as I visited them, my accompanying tourists thinned out. I was happy about this, as people often obscure sensation, like streetlights pollute the visibility of stars. The lady that I saw near the Casa Caoba house of Dominican dictator Rafael Molina was my kind of tourist. A silent figure, moving from room to room in the ruins and absorbing the energy of the worst of that monster's excesses. We didn't say hello, nor even meet each other's gaze. We took what we wanted into our core, then went our separate ways. Not ghouls, just spirits seeking truth. I eventually ran out of conventional guidebooks, so turned to more obscure tomes. I read Alexandre Perrier's Disillusion of Sinners, Abraham's Book of Abramelin the Mage, Culte de Ghouls by the Comte de Lette, and some of what remains of notes on the unfathomably ancient narcotic manuscripts in a basement in Cairo, all the while watched by a nervous curator who an intermediary had paid to unlock the room for 30 minutes. On each occasion I tried to glean locations to visit, to find remote, dark punctuation marks on the surface of a cluttered earth. The book that genuinely gripped me, however, was a contraband translation of the Unausprechlichen Kulten by Friedrich von Junst. The author, said the bookseller, was a German eccentric who died in hideous circumstances in the middle of the 19th century, his throat inexplicably torn out in a room bolted from the inside. The book, the title of which is Unspeakable or Nameless Cults in English and bearing the publisher credit Bridewall 1845, seemed to have various omissions and inconsistent cuts, but much of the original content was comprehensible. Of great supplementary interest in this copy was a carefully handwritten insert, which appeared to list some of the missing material in the edited book. Importantly to me, these notes listed places: a prehistoric province called Canar, now lost beneath the Pacific Ocean, a Honduran temple venerating something like a toad, various Pictish sites founded by a king named Bran, and other occult locations around the world, long forgotten to general culture. There were further small annotations alongside the notes and carefully drawn images that did not seem directly linked to any text. Circles, perhaps stars and planets, various animalistic representations, and what looked like keys or tools. One that particularly fascinated me was a monument in the Hungarian mountains, an obscure monolith near a village labeled Stragojkovar. The site was noted to be reviled by locals in the area. I am adept at research, and spent a week in the British Library trying to get more information on the relic, but could not find any further information. My interest was piqued, and with no other trips planned, I booked a flight to Hungary. 2. The Black Stone. The plane landed in Debrecen, and I took public transport as far as Miskolc Tizay. My destination was to the west, in the Buk Mountains, a heavily forested offshoot of the Carpathian Range. The taxi ride was largely silent. My driver knew little English, and I had limited Hungarian. When I mentioned Stragojkovar, he just frowned and shook his head as he started the engine. The journey took just over 2 hours, and eventually we climbed to a drop-off point, the driver being reluctant to enter the village. As his taillights disappeared over the rise, I looked up at what my crude map showed was the peak of Kettosbierz. It loomed ominously against the afternoon sky, hunched and silent, smothered in a blanket of Austrian oak. The air was heavy, and the fading day leaden. I made my way on foot the further half-mile to the settlement. I booked into an inn, and dined by the small bar as daylight crept away outside the window. Whilst nowhere near drinking the same volumes I could in younger years, I still had a beer or three before an amiable local introduced me to something he called palinka, a strong little shot poured from a narrow bottle, with a hint of fruit amidst the fire. His English was good, and he introduced himself as Balázs. We chatted, and eventually the conversation turned to the monolith I had come to see. His eyebrows raised, and he let out a grim laugh. "The black stone? Yes, it's there," he said, waving vaguely at the window. "No one goes near it from around here. It's—" He struggled to find a word. "Dangerous?" I said. "Shit," he replied. "It's just a lump of stone someone put there a long time ago. Nothing to see." He leaned across and poured more drink into my glass. "Hey, Tomasz, he's here for the stone." This was directed woozily at the landlord, who rested his hands on the bar thoughtfully. "We haven't had a visitor looking for that for some time," said Tomasz in a deep baritone. "No good comes from that place." "Ah, all nonsense," slurred Balázs. I asked my companion if he could show me where the stone was, but he gazed sorrowfully at me. "Alas," he slurred, "I have drunk enough to be less than sure where the toilet is, let alone anything outside these walls. Tomorrow, my friend, tomorrow." With that, he clamped a hand on my shoulder, rose, then stumbled away. Once in my room, I slept relatively comfortably, and, as dawn filtered through my unshuttered window, descended to a simple breakfast. On stepping out of the front door of the inn, I saw Balázs on the other side of the road, looking as fresh as anyone who regularly sinks that much palinka and still needs to function. Yes, he would show me where the stone was, he said, but first his grandmother wanted to meet me. He led me through narrow cobbled streets of this little village locked in time, and eventually came across a small, gaily shuttered house by a bakery. It was open-gabled, and a tall chimney topped the sloping blue-tiled roof. Balázs's grandmother was a small, wiry woman, and introduced herself as Irmuska. Her complexion suggested at least 80 years, but her eyes shone with the energy of one much younger. The scent of goulash filled the living space, and she served a small bowl which steamed in my hands as she settled on the other side of the table, gazing at me. She let forth a stream of Hungarian, which Balázs translated. "Why do you wish to visit the stone? Nobody has gone there for many years." "It is of interest in my studies," I replied. "Look around my house. This is a traditional Hungarian home, full of joy. That place is not of this culture. But the stone is here," I said. "It must be part of the land." She explained her ancestors had moved up to this area after Turkish invaders slaughtered the original inhabitants of the mountain long ago. Both her forebears of the lower lands and the Turks had reviled the queer indigenous inhabitants before Suleiman's invaders were driven out of the region. Those original mountain folk were physically distinctive and considered subhuman, but, as the old woman said, modern thought accepted that they were just different. "It takes many types of people to live in this world," Balázs translated. "If only we could accept differences, there would be fewer wars." "That said," she continued, The revulsion at that time stemmed from blasphemous practices and rituals adopted by those mountain people, and they indulged in activities that would shock and disgust the modern mind. This resulted from their hermetic, ungodly isolation rather than their blood. The stone was something they used for these practices, like an altar, although local lore says the structure predated even those insular folk. She gazed into my eyes and saw my resolve. She spoke again to Balazs. "At least it's not midsummer," she says. "If you must go," he said, "at least take some churros." He smiled at my incomprehension. "It's cake. Trust me, you'll want some." Once outside, Balazs made me pledge to see him again at the inn that night, and pointed up the mountainside to where fir trees swathed the incline. "You see that bare cliff face? Through the woods beyond lies the stone. Be careful. Some of the climb is loose." The route up was an exertion, but not unmanageable. I thanked my natural fitness as I reached the base of the cliff and, with steady progress on sought-out hand and footholds, climbed to the top. I rested for a few moments, and then entered the dark, dense firs, noting the still air that the shielding cover of the cliff provided. The conifer canopy blocked much of the daylight, but the route seemed clear enough. Eventually, I emerged into a glade clothed in short grass and found a flat stone to sit on. As I ate a muscus cake, which was indeed delicious, I looked at the monolith. It was perfectly perpendicular to the ground, the height of 3 men, and slightly pitted in the lower half, as if damaged by tools or maybe scarred by the weather. On closer inspection, strange hieroglyphics wound in a spiral from the base to the top. The spacing was an exactly proportioned helix. Combined with the sculpted overall shape, a purposeful intelligence had once been at work in creating this object. As I have said, I have a sensitivity. Prior to my encounter with this strange stone high in the Book Mountains, this feeling had revealed itself as an attunement to a certain energy. I find it hard to describe, but it's as though I can feel the vibrations of something dark that has passed, like a ripple reaching a lake shore from the doom of an insect gulped by a fish. It's not quite hearing, not quite seeing, but some other outer sense that appears to me to be additional to the known 5, relied on by humankind. It's a tremble in the air, not strong enough to have regarded it as even a gift. As my hand connected with the cool surface, I experienced a violent reaction. The sunny day dimmed, and nausea swept over me. Something unseen and indefinable plunged down from above, from beyond the scattered finches and single bustard wheeling in the air, higher than the slowly drifting Carpathian clouds, farther than the sky itself, and maybe even space. This essence was ancient and cold, not in temperature, but in intent. As much as I was feeling and somehow seeing this shower of callous energy, an overwhelming sense of sentience felt and saw me. I tried to withdraw my hand, but it was held there as if by a clamp, and as I stayed trapped in the stance, something studied me. The black of the stone became darkly translucent, and the hieroglyphics slowly animated, crawling yet staying stationary at the same time. They pulsed, almost imperceptibly, and still this feeling of being watched by something enormous, something larger than the landscape itself. That sensation of being scrutinized started to sharpen and localize. I saw nothing specific, but felt as if a horizon-wide observer was shrinking, yet becoming more intense and focusing itself into the monolith in front of me. I slowly looked up, for no quicker pace was possible in this hampered state of being, to the top of the column. At first, there was nothing obvious there, yet something formed. The air at the peak of the structure seemed to divide, and transform into two faintly glowing circles. A line appeared across the horizontal plane of both orbs, and that, in turn, split slightly, just like a pair of sleepy, opening eyelids. I fell back and blacked out. 3. The Dreams. When I recovered consciousness, the sun had moved lower in the sky, and the day had reverted to apparent normality. I propped myself up on my elbows and looked at the top of the monolith. Its shape cleaved the sky as expected, but other than the structure's incongruity in this landscape, all seemed as it should be in this elevated glade. It felt suddenly sensible to be away from this place. I returned to the cliff face and slowly picked my way back down to the village. Twilight was in evidence around the inn as I returned to my room. I felt spacey, slightly abstracted from normal. I rested for an hour and wrote in my journal. Then, feeling a little restored, I headed downstairs to dine. I was happy to see Balazs when he arrived. He asked briefly about my expedition to the stone, but I could see it was of little interest once the ale flowed. He was one of those in-the-moment types who lived for the energy in a room. I did my best to engage with his good humor, but something was indeed different. I felt as if on the edge of illness, or perhaps that state when one has slept too much and feels as if they are just outside their own body. As the old clock behind the bar turned past 10, I made my farewells for the night and retired to my room, to what I expected to be solid sleep. I did not know at that point that I would not sleep easily again. The first night after the stone brimmed with terrors. I dreamt of brooding plains, caverns, and a blackness of night far deeper than any mere absence of light. I dreamt of monstrous thickets blocking dank, choked tunnels, and my mind's eye flew high above stalactited crypts that seethed with aberrant shapes writhing far below. Above all was a sensation of a crushing, freezing void, a certainty that this place was one that I should not be able to see. In the morning, foggy from a disturbed night, I breakfasted and planned to leave Strigojkovar. As a dark tourist, I had done what I had come here to do, soak up the sensation of a place that was awry, but also had my first unexpected experience in doing so. My sensitivity usually manifests in a hyper-awareness of forlorn past echoes, a kind of comforting grayness as something inside me reaches across time to understand mortal pain. At the Black Stone, however, this innate attribute of mine enabled something far more visceral, far more in the present, something I was not passive in engaging with. I bade a final goodbye to Balazs and her Muska at their house, the former giving a cheery wave as if I would see him next week, the latter just raising a single hand in front of oddly sad eyes, and made my way via return taxi to the airport and back to England. From London, I travelled east to my home in the coastal lowlands, determined to rest and write up my Hungarian experience. I spent my days in the same slightly numbed state that had followed me from Europe across the Strait of Dover, but the nights were the worst part of it. Again they were haunted. Unlike normal dreaming, which to me had always felt an unconnected assortment of visions and sounds from general participation in the world, these nighttime reveries attacked my sleep with intent and purpose, and it was hard not to feel there was something more at work than merely processing my waking stimuli. Again the plains, this time seen in more detail as a rusty red earth blew across them. Again those gloomy caverns that seemed to lurk below the scarlet barrens, but more this time. I saw a vast landscape of grey soil, divided by a decrepit highway that led to a black bridge hewn from rock. Something partially shrouded the space beyond the crossing. A bluish fog, but what looked like a vast mountain loomed farther on, its shape just discernible through the mist. Night after night in my quiet East Anglian cottage, these scenes returned to me. I tried to write about them, to draw them, even to model them in clay, hoping to process it out of my system. But still the vistas hounded my small hours. Despite their vividness, they evaporated swiftly come dawn, like dreams usually do, leaving me unsettled and aloof for the day. I became insular and surly, so much so that my neighbours took to checking on me regularly. I felt tormented by an unknown landscape, and, beyond it all, a sense that the visions were connected with my time in Hungary. I took to writing notes in a small pad on waking, to capture the details before they evaporated. The clue to the location of these visions, if indeed they were not purely fantastical, felt to me to be at the start of each cursed nocturnal showreel. The dusty red landscape seemed more earthly than the scenes beyond the caverns. I could discern the sky and the occasional human-made fence or road before the dream sight plunged down to those alien spaces. Then, one night, I saw a notable high wire fence in the red landscape, beyond which was what looked to be a small hill covered in scrub. By the fence was a road. For a week this place featured, along with a new sensation, a low, gurgling, guttural rumble. The noise was both enveloping yet utterly horrific, like warm quicksand, enclosing and stifling. The dream that gave me a telling clue and led me to this fateful place was in the 3rd month of my return to England. The fence had a sign on it, which clearly read in large capitals, "Forbidden Area, Keep Out," and underneath, "By order of Caddo County Sheriff's Office." I looked the area up, then booked a flight to Oklahoma City on waking. 4. Caddo County. The journey was about 10 hours long, and small bursts of sleep came to me aboard the plane. It felt as if my sensitivity was now unbridled, and whereas before it had been triggered in short, emphatic bursts during my tourism, a channel was now permanently open between my mind and whatever this was I was heading towards. I even started experiencing some of the ghastly images during my waking hours, in brief blinks, as if my slumber could not contain all that I was meant to see. On landing in Oklahoma City, I hired a car and drove 50 miles to Anadarko, a small city in the seat of Caddo County. At the visitor center, I described the place I was looking for, a fenced-off area with red soil and small hills or mounds. The lady at the center suggested I was looking for the tiny town of Bingor, less than half an hour to the north, but, she said, there wasn't much there. She was right, I thought, as I drove past the rusted town sign into the center of Bingor. The settlement was untidy and had a certain feeling of abandonment, despite the sunny pamphlet the lady at the visitor center had given me, saying that 600 residents happily lived there. I booked into a guest house run by a kindly-looking woman and showered off the travel before a light meal and retiring to bed. I cannot do justice to the appalling tumult of visions that came to me that night. A conception of a series of hills that gave way to a kaleidoscope of blue, red, and black, and a sense of something horrifically wrong with the fabric of everything. Somewhere amongst the colors flashed up impressions of what appeared to be people, but rent into abhorrent shapes and with vital parts of their anatomy either missing or replaced with metal. Probably for the protection of my sanity, sharper details seemed to evaporate as I awoke in darkness to a hammering at the bedroom door. My mouth was wide open, gasping for air. After a moment to gather my sensibilities and wipe the sweat from my face, I rose to find the agitated owner of the guest house outside, desperate to know what was wrong, as she had heard screaming. I mumbled something about a nightmare and, heart still racing, accepted her invite to the kitchen for some calming cocoa. We sat together at her sturdy oak table in the kitchen. After preparing a couple of drinks, she introduced herself as Haley Compton. Her husband was in the forces and away on tour, so she was running the guest house by herself for the time being. I was still shaken from the horrors of sleep, so I found it calming to chat pleasantries until she asked me if I'd like to talk about the nightmare. I hesitated, and then described as much as I could, albeit leaving out the elements of mutilation. "Ah, the mounds," she said in her soft Midwestern accent, after listening to me describe the initial places I'd seen. "Mounds?" I replied. "Yeah, there are some mounds near here which some of the Wichita folks say are cursed. Red soil with rock and scrub? That sounds like 'em. My husband's granddaddy Clyde was full of tales of them things, as told by his mother. They're all fenced off now, some sort of health and safety thing by the county." It transpired that the mounds had been the site of many allegedly supernatural goings-on in the first half of the 20th century. Mrs. Compton told me of people disappearing or going lost around there for days before returning, quite altered in demeanor. About 10 years ago, they had placed a long metal fence around the zone, running for many miles. This had to be the barrier I saw in my visions in England. We spoke for a while longer, then finished our drinks, and I returned, somewhat calmer, to bed. I was keen to visit the mounds, a short drive to the west, and only dozed lightly and dreamlessly until dawn. I breakfasted on the laid-out provisions, tucked some away in my rucksack, borrowed some simple tools from the guest house, and drove west. The road was quiet and straight, with flat red plains on either side, and before long the fence came into view at a junction. The signage on it was identical to that I'd seen in my dreams. I took a right and followed alongside the enclosure, shortly coming across a gate which led beyond to a new-looking set of modular buildings with no sign or frontage. Several impressive-looking 4x4 SUVs were parked out the front. Standing outside the entrance were two men chatting in dark suits. They didn't look friendly, and as I waited in the idling car by the gate, advanced towards me. I did not feel welcome, so U-turned the rental and drove back in the direction I'd come from. In the rearview mirror, I could see the men staring at me through the fence before I drove from view. I arrived back at the intersection and continued on, this time taking the other route from the T-junction, which, to my estimation, was south. Barely a mile in this direction, I saw a large mound to my right, beyond the barrier. I parked the car, and with some effort using the bonnet as a platform, scaled the fence to drop to the other side. Mrs. Compton had told me that the mounds were quite numerous in the western part of the county, and were probably prehistoric burial or tribute sites rather than natural geology. The modern-day Wichita peoples did not seem to hold them in any reverence, instead shunning contact with them prior to this official enclosure cutting them off from public access. Before long, I reached the mound I'd seen from the road, and now perceived other similar structures further into the distance. The nearest one had a steep slope, but with some effort I scrambled up the flank, pushing aside the shrubbery and thick grass on the ascent. The hairs on my neck prickled as I climbed, but I couldn't tell if it was a mere anticipation of a sensory experience or a genuine influence of the place. I was ill-equipped to dig far, having only taken a small trowel and gardening fork from my lodgings in Binga, but I felt compelled to do so. I cannot say why the urge overtook me. I just felt that there was something here. I scraped and clawed at the red soil, and with some effort cut through some hardy roots near the surface to reach cool earth underneath. I cannot say how long I burrowed for, because I have little memory of it now, except to say that the compulsion to continue grew stronger the further down I cleared. The day grew dim around me. I must have dug until the point of exhaustion took hold, and then, laying atop that small hill in the balmy Caddo County evening, I must have slept. 5. The Research Center. I came to on a simple bed in a featureless, grey-walled room without windows. Soft artificial light spread from fixtures high on the walls. I had the emergent feeling of waking from sleep and yet felt exhausted. Was this a hospital? I lay there, depleted for a couple of minutes. Then a door in the far wall opened and a woman walked in. She was about 30, dressed in smart business attire, with brown hair trimmed into a neat bob. "Ah, you're awake," she said. "I'm Miranda. Would you like some water?" My croaked affirmative response illustrated my parched throat. She disappeared, before returning with a jug and glass, setting them down on a small table by the bed. "You can rest for now. Dr. Hurst will see you shortly," said Miranda, before exiting again. So it was a hospital, I thought. I drank a much-needed draught of water, noticing how dirty my hands and fingernails were, then lay back down on the bed. As my back settled on the mattress, I noticed bruising along the length of it. Miranda collected me and took me out into the foyer that is next to the room I'm now recording in. I noticed the two men I'd seen through the fence gate were there, and realized I must be inside the modular building complex I'd parked by. I can now barely look through the glass window at that central space after what has happened in the last hour. What state this place will be in if anyone finds this tape is anyone's guess. Anyway, I must finish my account. They brought me here and sat me at the desk by this tape machine. A lady in her 50s entered with some papers and a tablet, and introduced herself as Dr. Claire Hurst. She explained I was in a government research installation, and that a routine patrol had found me atop a mound within the prohibited zone. She asked why I'd been inside the fence and pursed her lips when I struggled to explain myself. I didn't feel comfortable telling her that visions had brought me here from England. "Am I under arrest?" I asked. No, not at all," she replied with a smile. "Can I play you something?" She brought out the tablet. "We recorded this when we found you." I shrugged, glad to be off the subject of my reason for being here. She played a grainy video. A body cam showed me laying in the red dirt in fading twilight, lit by a couple of flashlight beams, writhing, bellowing. She looked up and our eyes met, her assessing my obvious shock. I looked back at the clip. In it, my hands were hammering on the soil of the mound as I thrashed about on my back, and the cause of those bruises became clear. As patrolmen circled around me, one radioing in to tell the center of the scene, I was yelling garbled words. The only ones I could pick out on the audio were yig, canyon, black, and eyes. They restrained me, still apparently asleep, and the camera followed behind 3 patrolmen carrying me, wriggling, to a nearby car. The video ended. Dr. Hurst withdrew the tablet and leaned on the desk. "Do you remember any of that?" she asked. "No, sorry, it's blank." "Do you know what those words mean?" I shook my head. She probed further, and eventually I described the visions I'd seen. Instead of dismissing them, she asked carefully about when they started, so I told her of my trip to Hungary. She slid the tablet back and scrolled the video to a particular time code, a point that I yelled, "Canyon," repeatedly. "What do you think this means?" she said. "Canyon? Some sort of geology?" She pursed her lips. "We have been here for 10 years, conducting ultrasound research into the subterranean area around Caddo County, as well as several miles to the north and west of here. What I'd like to tell you is of the utmost confidentiality, but I think we can help each other understand what's happening. You'll have to sign some documents first, though, and clean yourself up. Miranda can show you to the shower rooms and provide you with fresh clothes. Please read this until she arrives. If you do not sign, we will let you go on your way, but be assured that if you return, you will be arrested, and it will not go well for you." She said the last part of this without overt threat in her tone, just as a matter of fact. She left me to read a document on a clipboard that seemed like a standard NDA, but with severe penalties listed as censure for breaking it. Miranda led me to a basic but clean washroom. As I showered, I contemplated the proposal. I was less than comfortable in what I felt was a genial but still serious confinement, despite Dr. Hurst's pledge that I would be free to go. But free to go to what? An endless string of tormented nights and a clearly distressed subconsciousness when I slept? There was no decision to be made. An hour later, I was back in the analysis room, the NDA signed, and facing Dr. Hurst once more. "As I say," she began, sliding the paperwork into a manila folder, "we have been conducting some tests in the area since 1994, when significant seismic activity drew our attention. The Mears Fault runs through Oklahoma, along the northern side of Mears Valley through Comanche and Kiowa counties, and close to where we are. They have experienced minor tremors, not even reaching 2 on the Richter scale. But in the mid-90s, 2 level 5s happened in quick succession. Prior geological estimates considered such activity to be likely only with several thousands of years apart." She poured a couple of glasses of water from a pitcher and placed one in front of me, before having a sip and continuing. "So the geologists and seismologists came here and reassessed the Mears Fault, which hadn't been properly examined since complex seismic modeling emerged in the 1960s. What we found beneath here was a shock. At the edge of the range we could detect, we discovered the top of what appeared to be a vast cavern underground, and I mean vast. We relocated several miles north and west, and with intermittent breaks as the height of the cavern roof undulated, the open space beneath Oklahoma revealed itself to be colossal in area." "That's not all there is it?" I said. "Something else has been going on." Dr. Hurst nodded. "Yes. Those initial scientists began to be disturbed by visitors. They weren't regular, but came frequently enough to cause a determined disturbance. Many got arrested, and they committed most of them under the Mental Health Act." "What did they want?" I said, feeling on edge. "That's just it. None of them made much sense, but they all eventually displayed hysterical behavior as they drew close to the Caddo County mounds. They all ranted the same way you did on the video, almost the same words. Eventually, they just lost their minds." I struggled to digest what she had told me, yet it made sense. If I truly had connected to this place, what is to say that others hadn't also? "You geologists seem to have the place pretty well sealed off now," I said. "I'm not a geologist," replied Dr. Hurst. "I'm a parapsychologist, drafted in from Miskatonic University in Massachusetts. If I can be frank with you, you're a rarity in that you seem coherent and with your faculties intact. It's clear you have the same psychic connection to this area as the others. You might help us figure out exactly what is going on in Caddo County. The word you mention over and again in the video, and a word screamed out by those preceding you to this place, is not canyon. It is more likely to be canyan. If that's the case, then we are in the proximity of something that will change the world as we know it." "I don't understand," I said. "If you'll help us with an experiment today, then hopefully we can all understand soon." 6. The Descent into Canyan. The experiment was to be performed under the conditions of hypnosis. I was to be placed into a trance, and then exposed to a limited dose of hydrogen compound gas, triggering a psychotropic state of narcosis. They would hermetically seal the analysis room to prevent the gas from reaching the other areas of the facility, and a separate voice recorder was to be addressed through a delivery mask to document my experiences whilst under. I would be lightly restrained, in such a way that whilst my consciousness was suspended, I could not freely hurt myself, but could release the clasps when once again lucid. This setup, said Dr. Hurst, would enable her to analyze my apparent psychic connection to Kunyan, which was, according to classified texts held at her university, a realm connected to the ancient cults of Yig and Cthulhu. She said that those ancient and corrupted religious factions were much documented at her faculty, and they had maintained records for over 100 years at the highest levels of government on the latent threat of those sects on our society. I agreed to the conditions of the experiment, and was placed in a chair with the mask over my face, and restraints loosely applied to my wrists and ankles. I was fitted with an earpiece, through which Dr. Hurst could communicate with me. She and a few members of her team retreated to the other side of the glass door before a projector shone a circular light in front of my eyes. I recall the soft hiss of gas and a low voice intoning me through a speaker to focus on the light. I have lost the rest of this procedure from memory. All I have now is the playback of that lower quality tape, which sounds appropriately crackly and distant through the mask, bereft of bass frequencies, to recount those lost minutes as my consciousness projected freely and disastrously down into Kunyan. You should play that tape now, to understand what has happened here today.
Yes, I can hear you. Where am I? I'm somewhere else. I'm in the sky and see the moon. It is beautiful. I see the land far below, little lights of towns like clusters of stars. I want to drop. Must go lower. Through the clouds, to the ground, through the ground. And I am now within the soil. I can feel the coolness of the rock as I drift. It does not stop me. I travel and travel. Blue. I'm in a sky again, but it's an underground sky. It's blue everywhere, like a mist. Below the blue air, the ground is black. There are no plants. It is just rock and dirt. There is a light here, but I do not see how. A sort of electric glow in the air. It waves and weaves like an aurora. There are stalactites, like in my dreams. I fly. The space goes on for miles and miles. The sky is truly a sky. I drop to the plain and rush along. Maybe those are towns in the distance. Some small flowers now, and a river. I can feel some life here, but also the end of life. Below there are kinds of fish and snakes. Up above, kinds of birds, but they're not birds. They look wrong. I cannot clearly make any of them out. I travel on. I see fields, and are those people? Moving closer, they are people, and yet they are not. They look human, except some of them seem deformed. In some places they appear to be battling in an exhausted, slow manner. Many are just moving robotically over and over, not applying themselves to any discernible task, just thrashing about. There is a noise here, too, an echo that is constant and loud. It does not appear to be a physical sound. more the wavelength of thoughts, many thoughts like static on a radio. It fills this place, that reverberation. I cannot make sense of it. I travel on, away from these awful meadows and the lurching of those dead animated puppets. Ahead, a mountain is on the far side of a black bridge. No, it is a city. My God, it is enormous. The static sound is louder here, almost deafening. Thoughts, many thousands of terrified thoughts rising from the space in the city like a million screams. Oh, here and there a clear word in the cacophony. I think this place is called Sash or Sath. I descend through the golden buildings and see a riot of animals in the lanes and plazas. My God, they are blasphemous. Huge, morbid white beasts with horns and elements of the human in their ghastly faces. And they're eating people. There are people down there, many dressed in fine robes, and these awful animals are tearing them apart. The telepathic screams are coming from those victims. Everywhere there is panic as these giant animals run amok. And now, there is a tone I have heard before. That low, guttural rumble from my dreams, that call of the deepest wail in hell. I go down, past those blood-soaked streets, underground once more. I am now in a different place. It is warmer here and red. The air has an infernal color like a photographer's darkroom. There are buildings here too, but they are different to the blue land above. The assembled blocks of these cyclopean structures are enormous and irregular. I can still hear the faint screams of terror above, projecting through many hundreds of yards of rock, but thankfully it is now a low background clamor. It's like the agitated buzz of a beehive under assault from hornets in another garden. There is no life here. Nothing. Everywhere is rubble and dust, spread out like shingle amidst the ruins. This place feels older than I can imagine. There are temples here, giant black, possibly basalt cathedrals, ransacked and devastated. Beyond the city, as above in the blue-litten landscape, the land stretches out in each direction. This is a kingdom of ruin. Again, the blaring siren of a guttural host travels up from below, louder now, below this land. I am close to what calls, but I must travel down again.
Seven. Sathagua.
It is a strange feeling, propelling myself through rock as if it were water. I am a diver through the fabric of the earth. I am breaking through now to an open plain, but there is no light down here. I can sense geological shapes, but it is not sight I am using. I don't know what it is. Nothing at this level is remotely familiar. It is utterly alien. If life exists here, I cannot tell. Nor was a human soul ever meant to be here. The boom of the summons is deafening, and now this is a genuine sound. Whatever I am drawn to, whatever causal power infected my sanity, it is in this place. There! A shard of light in the distance. I glide towards it. Part of me feels like a moth slowly enticed towards a glowing web. I am tiny in this space and surrounded by an energy both monumental yet somehow indifferent to my kind. The slice of light seems to steam. In fact, as I draw near, I see that there are 2 slivers of smoking incandescence. There is a huge backdraft of air as something vast sniffs in my direction. That rumbling cacophony blasts again, the titanic yawn of something ancient and very slow. I perceive a gigantic, couchant shape many stories high. It is some kind of animal. There are coarse hairs and rudimentary features of a bat, but overwhelmingly the elements are amphibious, like a frog or toad, particularly that mountainous round head, slashed within which are those glowing cuts, somnolent eyes. The towering face turns to me, like a colossal radar dish slowly pointing towards a speck of interest in space. The eyes slowly open, and I gaze into the phosphorus, eon-forged stare of an undoubted god. These are the eyes I saw in that accursed projection atop the black stone. You! Blast the slothful, guttural voice of 1,000 dead stars. I try to speak, but I am transfixed with an absolute, all-encompassing terror. I am but a dust mote faced with a comet. You came to CTHULHU. Good. I am so very hungry. The god shifts on its immense haunches as the surrounding realm echoes with its movement. It reaches out a titanic arm as thick as 100 redwood trees. The breadth of the palm of its scaly hand obliterates my entire horizon. The hand arrives to me, but goes through my vision, and I'm inside the mass and sinew of its forearm. It takes minutes for the limb to reverse, be retracted and settle back. CTHULHU angles its head slightly upwards. I see, it rumbles. There is no mutual connection to be found here. I cannot begin to comprehend a being such as this. There are no secrets to learn, no veil of life to see behind, no learning unless it is the knowledge that we humans are utterly insignificant to greater power such as this. The link at the Black Stone was a simple one. It was of a predator locating its prey. We continue to look at each other. With a blast of fetid air, the deity shifts its mass and slumps back into the gloom. The immeasurable toad-like head slips from sight into the shadows, so that just those burning eyes remain visible, 2 furious suns slowly being covered again by descending great canopy eyelids. Go forth, it thunders. I take it as instruction until I see movement far below, a shift of black upon black. There is a crucible down there, a kind of wide basin. Something has emerged upon those final spoken words, something that now unfolds and rushes upwards. A horror grips me. I do not want to see what this is, and I will not wait for it to reach me, despite my hitherto invulnerable state. I glimpse an ever-shifting serpentine chaos, a black morass of matter and hate rushing upwards. I careen into the roof of this lightless netherworld I was never meant to see. I cross quickly through rock, but know that I am pursued through the slightest of fissures and the slimmest of gaps in the blackened strata.
The attack. There is no more to the experiment's tape, so I will resume on the desk recorder. I do not know how long it took me to break free from the trance, for there was no direct instruction from Dr. Hurst to do so. Perhaps it was when the psychotropic gas timed out that I returned to consciousness. I do not know. I first noticed an undulating tone, soon to be recognized as a siren wailing throughout the facility, and other sounds from beyond the glass. Cries. Loosening my restraints, I slowly regained my feet and walked over to the observation window, and beyond, a panorama of hell. At least a dozen bodies littered the central foyer, twisted into nightmarish shapes and in hideous states of disrepair. Dr. Hurst's clipboard was bloodied on the floor, but I couldn't see her. I recognized her assistant, Miranda, cowering behind a desk with one of the dark-suited men I'd seen before. Both looked utterly terrified, insane with fear. Beyond them, a black, formless shape seethed and undulated around the desks and equipment, hunting. That was an hour ago. Miranda and the man have now joined the others in death. There was no escape. The monstrosity eventually located them, and there was nowhere for them to go. It was too fast. I watched as this shifting black nightmare formed a mouth and enveloped the man from head and flailing arms to twitching legs. I turned away as it then bore down on Miranda. Her appalling cries haunt my last hours here. The black, flowing predator is now trying to get into this room. It covers the window and stares at me with occasional terrible eyes that surface and then submerge. It has extruded itself at the edges into a score of tiny tendrils, probing the sealant and vents, tapping at the walls. As isolated as this room is, eventually it will find a way in. I will not escape. So I leave this recording as a warning to others and two specific pleas. Stay away from the mounds. Destroy the black stone. The Parable of the Untimely Ancient, or The Sleep of Reason Produces Monsters, by Taliesin Gore. The first thing of which I became aware was a longing to return to the protective, watery gulfs of oblivion from which I had been, as it seemed to me, untimely awakened. The second thing I came to know was a purely physical, terrestrial darkness that surrounded me. A pale shadow of that more profound, spiritual darkness from which I had but lately emerged. But as dreams, upon awakening, retreat from the hard stare of daylight to find refuge in such meagre bastions of night, caves, and deep forest glooms, as Apollo permits to persist into the realm of his diurnal dominion, so did all but the most fleeting memory of that beautiful darkness of the beforetime evade the feeble gropings of Mnemosyne. But for these memories all was shrouded in obscurity. This was the third thing that I came to know. Past and future were alike hidden from me. The face of the inscrutable gazed down upon me, sphinx-like, cryptic, expressionless. The fourth thing was the awareness that I could breathe only through my nose, and that there were objects, tubes inserted into my nostrils, on account of which I could draw in and release air from my lungs only very slowly. Panicking, I sat up and began to fumble at my face, seeking the intrusive objects. My hands were clumsy, unaccustomed as they were to movement, and seemed strangely to lack the finer sense of touch. Despite this, after only a few seconds of groping, I managed to get a firm grip on the objects, and found that they came away easily. Immediately I began to draw in long, full breaths through my nose. Everything seemed to whirl and spin about me, and I almost fainted. Recovering myself, I made a conscious effort to steady my breathing, taking long, slow lungfuls of an atmosphere cool though strangely dry, the smell musty yet faintly aromatic, as of some very ancient perfume. This, the scent and texture of the air, was the fifth thing of which I became aware. Tentatively feeling with my hands, I found myself to be lying upon some moth-eaten fabric. Exploring further, my hands encountered small, desiccated skeletal forms. Their softer parts crumbled at my touch, while other parts retained a sinewy, brittle integrity. At first I felt with a kind of unconscious, thoughtless curiosity. However, it was not long before that faculty of inner vision so appropriately dubbed imagination was aroused from the dormancy into which it had apparently fallen in the unknown period of time during which my soul had inhabited the world of the long sleep. Then the feeling of the tiny dry bodies began, by the power of association, to give rise to obscure and frightful images in my mind's eye. I will spare you, reader, a description of these ghastly idola. Suffice it to say that I was overcome by a wave of horror and panic, as a consequence of which I attempted, in a great hurry, to rise to my feet and place the greatest possible distance between myself and those disturbing objects. It was thus that, quite suddenly, I found myself falling through empty space. This sensation cannot have lasted longer than a fragment of time. A fragment, however, stretched beyond its natural duration by the unexpectedness and absolute novelty of the sensation. It was then swiftly succeeded by another sensation, the painful impact of my right shoulder against stone. Thus was intense pain the sixth thing to dawn upon my awareness. As I rolled on the hard ground, groaning, I felt the unknown little bodies which I must have brought down in my panicked flailing and subsequent fall crunch and disintegrate beneath me. For a while I simply lay, dazed with pain. After some time the pain dulled, and the stupefied rest which accompanies the momentary subsiding of agony was the seventh thing that I came to know. I was now, however, destined to receive a second shock, one of a very different, far more sublime order than the first. For now it was that the place in which I had awoken to this world chose to reveal itself to me. This it did by way of a great and sudden flood of light. Reader, you can well imagine how little prepared were my eyes, that had been sealed for so long in entombed darkness, while my soul had wandered far in the regions of the long sleep, for so sudden and unheralded an influx of that luminous element. Immediately I covered my eyes with my hands and rolled over so that I lay on my front, desperate to escape the unbearable illumination. As I recovered from my shock and pain, I conceived a method of adjusting my eyes to the light by gradual degrees. At first, I allowed a crack to open between my fingers, admitting a slither of light. When, after some moments, this modicum of luminance became tolerable to my eyes, I widened the crack a little further. Thus I continued, widening the aperture a little at a time, until, finally, I was able to gaze directly at the floor beneath me. Thus I discovered that the corpse-like forms which had so frightened me and had occasioned my fall were simply the ancient and desiccated husks of flowers, and a great number of them. When I at last raised my eyes, there was unfolded to my sight a marvelous splendor of living color. I found that I was in a fairly large, domed chamber or vault, whose walls were adorned with the most fantastic painted imagery. It seemed to me that there must be whole sagas, entire mythologies and histories of peoples, figured there in a fabulous artwork which was at once literal and symbolic, illustration and language. I could only guess at the secrets that those glyphs must harbor, only to be unlocked by such initiates as were versed in the mysterious language in which they spoke. In a like strange and wonderful manner was the room illuminated. Beams and rays of a gorgeous light formed beautiful, interleaving geometries, three-dimensional architectures which hung, semi-substantial, in the air. Turning my gaze upwards, I discovered that this refulgent display had its source in a number of polygonal glass lanterns which hung from the ceiling. They seemed to have been designed in imitation of the stars of the night sky. Each one shot forth intersecting and geometrical rays, and these rays passed between them, caught in and intensified by the crystal panes of glass, so that the strength and brightness of each lantern was increased by the ingenuity of their design and the artifice of their arrangement in relation to each other. This light, in turn, intensified the colors of the painted images and figures on the wall, so that they seemed to stand out from the stone that anchored them, and to acquire spectral yet palpable forms. But as, in an unexpected interval of silence, one becomes uncomfortably aware of the ticking of a clock, so I now became sensible of a coldness that seemed to reside in my very bones. This sensation was highly disturbing, and suddenly a wave of bewilderment and horror swept over my soul, threatening to drown me. Simultaneously, 100 half-formed questions flooded into my mind and whirled around like bats in an echoing cave. What was this place? How had I come here? Who was I? Whom did I belong to? Was this dome-shaped room the whole world, and I the only one who inhabited it? Or were there others, other places, and other beings like myself? Perhaps as a result of the mingled wonder and bewilderment of my awakening, the life and sense seemed to have fled from my limbs, and it was some time before I was able to stand. At length, however, I began to recover my senses and to look about me more carefully. Near one of the corners of the vault, a flight of steps descending into the chamber interrupted the wall's gloriously blazoned surface. The stairwell was perhaps 4 strides in width, the steps broad and smooth. For now I feared the ascent into the unknown too greatly to risk leaving this place, which had at least the advantage of being more familiar than whatever unknown perils awaited me above. And so I remained in the chamber where I had first awoken to existence, there being no other way apparent by which I might begin to unravel the riddle of how I had come to be here. I occupied myself in studying the paintings on the walls. I entertained little hope of deciphering the wonderful hieroglyphics, yet they exerted a strange fascination over my mind. Somehow they hinted at half-remembered things which lay hidden in some obscure, benighted region of my being, pieces of a vast mosaic which, if only I could assemble them in the true order, would yield some wondrous illumination of all the mysteries which beset me, and all that were contained in the world's vast dome beside. I do not know how long I remained there. Days, certainly. Perhaps weeks. There was nothing in that place to mark the passage of time, save the strange pageantry of phantoms and visions which passed perpetually before my inner sight, each one presenting itself there for a moment before fading once more into the fathomless regions from which it had arisen. Nothing changed, nothing stirred. Only those mysterious paintings seemed somehow alive, and ever to be arranging or suggesting themselves in new configurations which yet told me nothing that could be made intelligible to my reason. It is not strictly true that there was nothing to mark time's passing, for there were the vibrations, that strange humming of the stone that I felt intermittently through the ground beneath me, and sometimes in the walls when I touched them with my hands, as if that way I might grasp the substance of the wonderful things figured there. Indeed, they seemed to me as living things, magical and maddeningly beautiful creatures who could not be captured or tamed. At length, I was forced to the conclusion that if I was to come any closer to making sense of my existence, I must wrench myself from this bright cavern which so attracted and tantalized me, and yet would not allow me to pluck a single one of those bright fruits of knowledge which it held out and whose illusory substance melted before my grasping fingers, that I must venture into that unknown world above, or else remain in the darkness of confusion and ignorance, until such time as my physical being perished, or the world itself came to an end, whichever might chance to fall first. In the illumination which split from the chamber, the staircase's lower portion was visible. Beyond, it receded through thickening gradations of shadow into black opacity. The greater part of my ascent was, therefore, slow and cautious, as I was constrained to feel along the wall with my hands and to probe with my feet for every step. It was, too, a very long ascent. As I progressed, the vibrations in the stone grew stronger, at times increasing to such an intensity that my feet and legs were numbed, and I feared lest I might trip or even tumble back down the long way I had climbed. At last I perceived a light some distance above me. As I at length drew closer, I saw that, through a stone grating which lay at the termination of the ascent, a ghoulish light leaked onto the topmost steps like a corrosive chemical liquid produced by some unnatural experiment. Then it was that I first began to hear the cries from above. Strange cries they were, like the howls of beasts in some wild orgy in the forest's dark, atavistic heart. What little strength had remained in my legs gave way before these disturbing noises. I half collapsed onto the steps beneath me. Now there stole over me a queer inertia, composed partly of fear of the terrors that must await me, partly of simple fatigue after my strenuous ascent. I cannot say for how long I might have remained there, delaying the decision to venture into that, so to speak, terra incognita which lay beyond and above, had not some outside power intervened to prompt my reluctant spirits into motion. This it did by causing the stone grating to roll aside, leaving the portal to that upper realm clear of obstruction. When I finally found the courage to step over the threshold, I emerged into a phantasmal, lurid world, populated, it seemed, by the flora and fauna of an opium dream. In a way it was a second birth, and my first tottering steps in this new life were through a birth scum composed in part of a mixture of liquors which reeked of chemicals, partly of the polychromatic shards of various shattered glass bottles and other vessels. Before me, like the cleft-lipped maw of some monstrous Patrian fish, stood a large archway. Without knowing from whence I derived the knowledge, I somehow knew that the edifice into which the portal afforded passage was, or had once been, a church. Whatever purpose it now served, it was clearly a function far removed from its ecclesiastical office of old. Upon the arch the word "Cirque" blazed in great letters which appeared to be made of tubes filled with some chemically phosphorescent fluid. Volumes of people streamed continuously through the archway, all dressed in outlandish and extravagant costume, and collectively resembling an awful travesty of a procession passing through one of the noble triumphal arches of the Roman Forum. On the arch's apex perched one of those grotesque physiognomies which are such a common sight on the cornices of cathedrals and churches. The face seemed to be made up entirely of folds of fatty flesh, contorted into a leer that was somehow both depraved and destitute of hope. On either side of the hideous mask, webbed fingers fanned out like the frills of some exotic saurian beast. From a hole in its mouth descended a thin stream of green liquid, anointing the heads of some of those who passed below and eliciting from them loud squawks and roars. Whether of pleasure or protest I could not tell. Then I saw that there was a balcony above the archway, where three of the pantomimic creatures, laughing with cruel festivity, were pouring the contents of a green bottle into the top of the grotesque's head, from whence it exited the mouth. While I stood viewing this fantastic scene, a spellbound horror seized all my faculties. Like a somnambulist, I was drawn into that colourful, clamorous, swirling stream as it surged resistlessly beneath the archway. I now saw before me a voluminous red cloak that looked as though it were made of glass, with a strangely flat colour within it. My contemplation of this marvellous effect was rudely interrupted by a forceful impact between my shoulder blades. Nauseous and frightened, I turned to behold an extraordinary face grinning into my own with most ferocious effect. It was painted in yellow and orange stripes, presumably in imitation of the fiery markings of that fabulous beast of Ind, the tiger. Feeling his nails, which were unnaturally long and hard, gouging the flesh between my shoulders, I cried out, or rather on account of the fabric covering my mouth gurgled in pain, perhaps taking this to mean that I was suffering from dehydration or some obstruction of the windpipe. He poured a good deal of the contents of a bottle into my face. Since I was unable to open my mouth, this solicitous act succeeded only in drenching me in the unpleasant-smelling liquid. He clapped me on the shoulder again and plunged back into the surrounding crowd, as he did so letting loose a jovial roar worthy of the beast whose appearance he was sporting. Just before disappearing into the midst of that freakish tide, he tossed the bottle casually into the air, occasioning an exclamation of shrill indignation from a female creature nearby. Almost immediately, her hands went up solicitously to a most marvellous specimen of crinal topiary which, by some extraordinary contrivance of the hairdresser's art, had been made to resemble one of the huge spiders of Tarentine. I had, however, little time to admire this before, borne along in that great moving mass of people like a twig in a rapid-flowing river, I was swept beneath the archway and plunged into sudden night. The first thing that greeted my senses as I was conveyed into that cavernous interior was the most hideous clamour, such a cacophony as could only be the song of a host of mechanical and tone-deaf sirens. Yet more bewildering, however, was what I beheld with my eyes. It was like a scene from Tartarus. The place into which the archway gave had clearly been the nave of the erstwhile church. The fluted pillars and arches supporting the vault still stood, although they had in many places been covered with a strange graffiti in dark colours, featuring geometrical patterns and crude, stylized representations of creatures and scenes resembling those who now milled luridly about the columns. A large black curtain hung from floor to ceiling and wall to wall, concealing the chancel. Lights having no visible origin, and consisting of a kind of faintly luminous coloured mist, roved and hovered through the air in shafts and beams and showers of moving lozenges or orbs. They undulated over the congealed yet fluid mass of the bestial revellers like the light of an alien sunset on a lurid, roiling sea. Here and there, a kind of vaporous mist hovered in veils and twined in tendrils among the moving bodies, overlaying onto the chaos of the scene a hint of the spectral. The creatures were concentrated in the central space of that building in a swirling mass of flesh and costume. In their midst there also here and there surfaced other shapes like billowing sails from storm-shattered ships, periodically disgorged by surging waves, or the white humpbacks of great whales. These moved in a manner incongruous with the rest, and, in some obscure way, horrifying to me. These observations flashed through my mind in a very short space of time, during which I was swept inexorably towards the pulsing centre of that carnivalesque tourbillon, unable to extricate myself from the stampeding mass without being trampled underfoot. As I neared that core of pandemonium, I discovered the source of the vibrations which I had felt running through the stone floor and walls of the bright cave. For I now felt, thrumming and pulsing through the ground beneath my feet, a rhythmic vibration. It was as if a tribe of titans, imprisoned in subterraneous vaults below, were engaged in Herculean mechanical labours, or perhaps pounding to attract the attention of the beings who disported themselves above. Much of the interval that now ensued takes the form of a series of disarticulated tableaux, of flashes of hideous revelation. As the lights in that place flashed and pulsed, and the room seemed to swell and contract like the beating heart of some monster, there appeared before me, one by one, a cornucopia of antic forms, arising from and melting into the surrounding chaos like demented bubbles from the mind of some demoniac demiurge. Once, a woman came turbinating towards me like a piece of flotsam, laughing maniacally and spraying the contents of her glass in a ring about her. I stepped aside, just in time to avoid a collision. No sooner had I recovered from this shock than I was shunted from behind and found my face pressed into a pelt of shaggy fur, and my arms, to keep myself from falling, embracing a wide, irregularly shaped pillar. I soon realized my mistake, however, when what I had, in my blind panic, taken for an inanimate object began, massively and ponderously, to turn about. In terror, I sprang back. I made wild gestures of propitiation to avert the terrible wrath of the gargantuan being whom I had disturbed. There was now turned upon me a large, round, heavily bearded face. At the face's centre was what must have been a small, artificial snout, for remnants of string, which must once have fastened the adornment to the being's head, dangled from its base at either side, like ropes of desiccated mucus. However, the thing had apparently fused itself to the mammoth visage that it had made its habitation, and the fur had colonized areas of the cheek and upper lip. From above this snout, two bloodshot eyes stared with an expression that I found intensely disturbing. It resembled the blind fear of a trapped beast. This, however, was but a prelude to a sight far more disturbing, for I now perceived that the creature was staring not at me, but at something over my shoulder. Turning, I came face to face with a terrifying apparition. It was a face, or rather a mask. It seemed, in fact, to be modelled after one of those primitive masks of the ancient Greek theatre, presumably that which was meant to personify comedy. The hideous grimace into which that plaster countenance was twisted, however, had just as much in common with the expressions of grief and extreme horror as with mirth. Whether this effect was due to the geometric design, painted in dark greens and reds and blues which embellished the mask, or whether it derived from the actual expression of the mask beneath, I cannot say. Simultaneously, seeing the great, bulky mass of white fabric to which that frightful visage was appended, I perceived that the being which confronted me was one of those mysterious white forms which I had glimpsed among the mass of the revellers upon first entering that place. For a few awful moments, the creature stared into my eyes from lidless eyes that seemed not to be made from those vitreous humours which are the substance of human or animal eyes, but to be perfect orbs of glass and precious stone. The irises were the colour of amber, but strangest of all were the pupils, black crystals honeycombed with queer labyrinthine facets. Several times these pupils contracted and dilated, as if to bring my face into clearer focus while I stood there, frozen with fear. And then, slowly, the awful mask turned from me and towards the snouted being who still stood behind me. Still dazed with fright, I backed slowly away from the masked monster as it approached that unfortunate one, paralyzing the poor creature with its Gorgonian gaze as it had done me. Beneath the white drapery covering its body, there were suggestions of strange movements resembling the insectile scuttling of a mechanical marionette. Yet something even more horrible was to come, for now, from within the white folds of drapery there emerged a claw, but not a claw of flesh and blood. No, something far worse, for this was formed from an assemblage of materials which, by all nature's most sacred laws, should not constitute part of the body of any animate being. It was a contraption of ivory and strange, semi-transparent cords which seemed to perform the office of tendons. It moved with the simultaneously delicate and ungainly motions of a crane-fly's legs, the fingers gently wavering before its face as if somehow tasting the air. Nearer and nearer towards the helpless snouted creature's head did those wavering fingers float. Finally, the claw itself opened, stretching wide, and began, very carefully and gently, to close over the creature's head. Before I could discover what that masked, unnaturally animated thing planned to do with its victim, I was swept once more into the roiling crowd and away from the scene of horror. So, for a spell of time, I gave myself up to the welter and chaos of bodies, happy for the nonce to flee from a greater horror into the arms of a lesser and more familiar one. When next I came to comparative lucidity, I was among a party of 4 or 5 fantastically attired females. They were gaudily decked out in quills and plumes, long feathered capes and scarves, and wore ornate, jewel-encrusted masks formed in imitation of the beaks of birds. Elegantly and flowingly they moved, contorting their bodies into a series of artistic, almost hieroglyphic shapes. As the inward-facing circle that they formed seemed to be retaining its integrity against the circumjacent chaos, I determined to remain there as long as I could. In the interests of rendering myself less conspicuous and more acceptable to them, I attempted in my clumsy way to imitate their sinuous movements. They were too astute not to see through my tyrannic efforts. One looked down upon me over her beak, as she might have gazed upon a worm that she had unearthed, one so filthy and grovelling that she deigned not to eat it. Her Volacrine sisters all surveyed me with similar expressions of distaste. Though I squirmed under their scrutiny, I chose rather to suffer their scorn than risk once more entering the maelstrom which still whirled dizzyingly around. There arose, however, a happy circumstance to deflect their attention from me. This was the arrival of a man whose iridescence of attire resembled and rivaled in glory the tail feathers of a peacock. Placing himself before one of the women, this specimen commenced a performance so elaborate and bizarre as to rival the mating dance of the male bird of paradise. One of the other women was driven into such a rage, perhaps because these attentions were not directed towards her, that she must needs relieve herself by an act of gratuitous violence against me. Roughly, she seized me by my head, digging her fingers into its flesh, and sending a lancing pain into my skull. I attempted to cry out. However, my mouth being, as I related earlier, sealed shut, I could produce only a helpless gargling in my throat. I lifted my hands before me in a gesture by which I intended at once to express agony, contrition, and propitiation. This seemed only to goad her the more. Gathering her strength, her hands still holding my head in their talon-like grip, she flung me back outside the circle. As I once more struggled in the midst of that swirling tophet of barely human forms, feeling myself to be near the end of my strength, there came to me a felicitous thought. Surely, if I were but able to communicate with these people by intelligible speech and explain to them my circumstances, they could be induced to treat me in a rational and humane manner. I knew that my mouth was wrapped in some kind of fabric which rendered speech impossible. The obvious course, then, was to discover some way of removing the obstacle. If I could somewhere find a mirror, or indeed any kind of reflective surface wherein I might inspect my appearance, I thought, I might be better placed to determine whether and by what means the removal of the impeding bandages might be achieved. I was interrupted in these meditations by the timely reappearance of the tiger, who rolled out of the surrounding chaos like a burning comet. Ah, here was one who had at least, albeit in his crude manner, expressed some friendly feeling towards me. It was thus with something of the gladness that one greets the unexpected arrival of an old friend that I hailed him. I know not how, perhaps through sheer luck or an inspiration born of desperation, I managed to communicate to him by signs that I desired to be shown to a mirror in which I might gaze upon my own countenance. Making various gestures, accompanied by guttural vocalizations whose meaning I could not decipher but which apparently gave him the greatest amusement, he took me by the shoulders, and forcefully, though not without skill, steered me through the swirling press of bodies. When we reached the edge of the maelstrom, he placed me before a door and, gesturing to me to go through it, launched himself with great aplomb back into the chaos. Upon the door was a symbol which appeared to be a very simplified and stylized representation of a human figure. It was, in a way, reminiscent of those figures which our antediluvian forebears once daubed upon the walls of caves. I vaguely conjectured that it might represent some primitive deity whom they venerated. Inside there were indeed several mirrors, placed above ceramic basins with water faucets. There were also a number of compartments, resembling stalls designed to house miniature horses. But I soon discovered from the noises emanating from them that they were designed to afford privacy in the discharge of those animal functions which unite us with the brute creation. One creature, who was dressed as a macaroni, with a long black periwig and short velvet coat of vermilion trimmed in gold, was bent over one of the basins and inhaling something through a straw. This, upon closer inspection, revealed itself as a quantity of white powder. Whatever this substance's chemical constitution, it certainly seemed to invigorate him. He turned towards me a face powdered white, with lips painted in the same vermeil hue as his coat, extended in a long thin smirk up the cheeks to meet the corners of the eyes, whose lids were of the same colour. Turning and catching sight of me, his eyes widened, and he broke into high peals of hysterical laughter. The fantastical creature then pranced to the door through which I had just entered, stopping as he passed me, to emit a shriek of mock terror. After I had recovered myself from this, I called upon what reserves of courage I possessed, and approached the mirror above the sink which he had just left. Although I knew that my face was covered by some kind of fabric, it was none the less something of a shock to me to behold in the mirror a head swathed in bandages of a red so dark that it was almost black, and completely featureless, save for the protuberance of the nose and the eyes which looked out from two circular holes. The eyes were amber, almost golden in colour, and it was a strange experience to look into them, as though for the first time. There came to me a flicker of recognition, of half-memory, which disappeared as mysteriously as it arrived. As I saw myself, it came into my mind that I must be in costume like everybody else. This, then, I surmised, was the manner in which all sentient beings were born into this world, already in disguise. So the world itself was merely a grotesque pantomime in which all were forced to play out their assigned parts, with no script and no knowledge of the real selves that lay beneath the costumes. Then I thought, why not remove the costume? Had nobody yet thought of that? But encountering my own trepidation at the thought of unveiling the unknown self who lay beneath those bandages, I knew it must be fear that prevented them, fear of what they would find beneath. For there might lie something more truly hideous than the mock grotesquerie of their costumes. Better, then, to play out a prescribed part blindly, with no higher guidance or purpose, than risk the revelation of some unknown and deeper horror. And perhaps, too, there was an unspoken mandate that such a self-exposure was an act punishable by ritual sacrifice or expulsion from the tribe. But to risk being the first to step into that terra incognita, to break the illusion and unveil one's true self in a world where everybody was compelled by an invisible and unspoken threat to perpetuate an endless charade, surely that was the supreme act of courage. Again, that half-remembering lingered on the edge of my mind, this time stronger. It was as a memory of another life that had been wholly forgotten, and which seemed to exist in some borderland between dream and waking. With it came a dismay, a feeling that the present circumstances were a grotesque travesty of what had been planned, and yet of what had been planned I had just as little idea. I had come with the resolve to remove the bandages from my head, yet now, confronted with my own reflection, I found that I had barely courage enough to cut a small slit in the bandage which covered my mouth, to at least enable myself to speak. Even this for me was no easy task. My hand trembled so severely that I feared cutting the flesh beneath. Stood once more at the edge of the maelstrom, I was confronted by a scene which must have been such as Odysseus saw on the Circe's fabled isle. Yet mingled with my fear, there was now another emotion, pity. It was vividly borne in upon me that, beneath these beings' bacchantic transports, there lay a profound terror, that they were merely sentient puppets, imprisoned in their costumes and their madness, that all their frenzied capering was in truth forced by some outside influence. This influence, I felt sure, was intimately, though obscurely connected to that masked, insectile creature whom I had so horrifyingly encountered earlier, and to its brethren. Of these I could now see several more. One of them was near enough that I was able to study its face. This one sported a demoniacally cornutic countenance, contorted into a terrible grin, whose expression somehow varied with the angle from which it was viewed, so that at times it resembled fury, at others wild grief or mad elation. Had I been permitted to stand there for much longer, I may well have abandoned my optimistic schemes and attempted to flee that place. This, however, was not to be. While I stood there hesitating, I was seized from behind and swept back into the lurid, flailing vortex by a group of revellers who had gone to refresh themselves with the strange-coloured liquids, spirits of an infernal potency, no doubt, purveyed to them from behind a kind of stall at the edge of the room. These revellers were dressed in some of the ghastliest costumes I had yet seen. One appeared to have rotting, putrid flesh, an eyeball dangling from its socket, and half of its brain exposed. Another was wrapped from head to foot in flimsy-looking bandages, presumably in imitation of the techniques practiced by the ancient Egyptians for embalming the corpses of their kings. This I thought especially absurd. Once more surrounded by those lurid bodies and flailing limbs, there succeeded an interval of time in which the fabric of my memory seems to unravel. I am aware, in those flashes and fragments which remain intact, behind the bewildering chaos of the scene, of being drawn by some mysterious and irresistible compulsion, in the service of which the very random senselessness of the revellers' movements acted, further and further, inexorably towards the centre of the maelstrom. I returned to consciousness, to find myself on my hands and knees. I had somehow found my way into a clearing amidst the revellers where I could, for the moment, recover my senses. The rough treatment to which I had no doubt been subjected over the preceding minutes seemed to have upset something within my body, for I was coughing violently. It was the sound of my own coughs, echoing with a strange metallic vibration in that stony vaulted space, which alerted me to the fact that an almost complete silence had fallen, a silence broken only by the occasional subdued movement of the revellers, who, I now realized, stood almost perfectly still. Soon my coughs escalated to retches, and I found myself vomiting an oily liquid. The fluid smelt like an acrid commixture of turpentine and incense. It coruscated with nacreous hues in the bizarre lights which swarmed nauseously on the ground before me, like a congeries of lurid bioluminescent vermin. In dismay, I felt it seeping into the bandages which covered my hands. After the last echoes of my retches had buzzed into non-existence, there was an intense sense of anticipation, as if they were all waiting for me to deliver some speech for which I was completely unprepared. I dared not raise my eyes from the ground, yet sensed that they were watching me. I now saw rising before me that expanse of black fabric, which I knew concealed what had been the chancel of the old church. The sensation of anticipation tautened, then was broken by a rustling and a faint metallic jingling. The great curtain stirred in a manner peculiarly fussy, impatient and stately, suggesting to my fancy an old dame's long black dress of mourning. Then it began to part in the middle, disclosing by small degrees a cryptic scene beyond. I saw a flight of stone steps with, at the top, an object draped in some heavy, crimson fabric. As I gazed at this new unfolding scene, my fear of the creature surrounding me was momentarily eclipsed by the sense of some impending, horrific revelation harbored by those white stone steps and that mysterious ensanguined object. They must have approached very quietly while I was thus distracted, those masked, mechanical horrors, for I remained unconscious of their approach until I felt their arachnidon claws close softly over my arms. I froze as there stole over me like a cold chill the knowledge that there was now no hope of escape. Without turning, I knew from behind the masks their strange amber eyes were gazing with a cold and searching curiosity into my face. In a sudden flash I saw, as through some adventitious dimension of vision, the progress of the performance in which I was, helplessly and against my will, to play the central part, unfolding with the precision and formal clarity, with the timeless and preordained structure, with the obscure but resonantly immanent depths of symbolic significance of an ancient rite. They would convey me to the foot of that encrimsoned object whose unknown identity filled me with such formless fear, and there they would uncover and present me to whatever it was that veiled itself in those incarnadine folds. The curtains had now parted sufficiently to disclose that object's full outline, revealing a standing rectangle of roughly the size and dimensions of a door. I now became conscious of a queer sound, a rasping, rustling susurrus like the wind-teased whispering of leaves on a forest floor. Some intuition told me that this was the speech of those insectile creatures, that they were conferring with one another. Whatever meaning those syllables harbored, they seemed to reach an accord among themselves, for soon I was, with a queer, gently persuasion, urged towards the base of those steps. Now the curtains had fully parted, to reveal that the cryptic rectangle surmounted a square-based and flat-topped pyramidal structure, with sides formed of ascending, narrowing steps. Its top, where the hematine totem stood, was a flat platform, roughly 4 feet square. The side of the pyramid which now faced me formed a continuous series of steps, with the 2 steps separating the floor of the chancel from that of the nave. Clearly, this structure had not formed part of the original chancel, but had been constructed at a later time to serve some ritual purpose ominously incongruous with the religious function of the building itself. For a moment my body became rigid with fear. To my surprise, however, my strange captors did not force me to move forwards, only, in their indescribable way, continued to coax me, as though intimating that I must enact the ritual by my own volition. As I stared up at the bloody monolith atop the pyramid, it seemed to swell in size, as if by the imminent power of some pulsing, unnatural life. At the same time, there emanated from it a fabulous magnetism which acted upon every fibre of my being, drawing, pulling me towards it, and whatever hideous revelation it harboured, for me and for me alone. Like a somnambulist awaking, I found myself atop the platform, staring in horrified fascination into those encrimsoned folds of fabric which hid the unknown portal from my sight. Here, my uncanny captors released my arms and moved away with queerly formal, almost obeisant motions. Then there was another bout of that curious susurration, as though a sudden gust of wind swept the forest floor, whipping the leaves into eddies and miniature whirlwinds. As this disturbance died away, all the swarming coloured lights in that place vanished. For a blessed, unmeasurable time, I floated in a void of profound darkness, taking refuge in the momentary extinction of a world of vision and revelation which had already subjected me to so many horrors, and which, I did not doubt, held still worse sights in reserve. Now I heard the faint swish of another curtain being parted, and there appeared behind the veiled totem a great disk of light, like a ghastly sun seen through the nebulous and aqueous atmosphere of some unsolid planet. I, the mysterious object, and the platform upon which we stood floated together on a raft of spectral light in the midst of a sea of inky blackness. Now, with ceremonially careful and uncannily silent movements, two of the masked creatures approached the veiled object, one on either side. Each withdrew a spidery claw from within the pale folds of its cloak and laid it on the red fabric of the corner nearest to it. Slowly, they began to lift the fabric. As it rose, the hematine folds coruscated strangely. I seemed to be watching the geological formations and reformations on the surface of some incarnadine planet over the eons of its existence, compressed into a period of less than a minute. The disclosure of the very lowest portion of the underlying object by the rising of the red veil did not provide any clarification as to that object or entity's nature. It seemed not to be a physical object at all, but to be composed of the very same light that beamed spectrally down from that luminous disk, only somehow intensified, deepened. As the veil rose still higher, an object began to take shape in the center of this light. It was black, as if made of the inky substance of pure darkness. It stood perpendicular to the ground. Now two more of the masked creatures, who must have been waiting behind me, approached me on either side. They took my hands in their strange, mechanical claws, and began queerly teasing the ends of my fingers. In my state of shock, it took me some time to realize that they were unraveling the bandages. Now the object before me was more than halfway unveiled. The black shape that it enframed was beginning to resemble something vaguely human. Indeed, it strangely reminded me of that crude figure I had seen on the stable's door. Perhaps, I thought, that had been the image of some dark god that this inhuman company worshipped, and what now faced me was the original, to which they were offering me as a ritual sacrifice. By now, they had succeeded in unwinding the bandages from my fingers, and were working their way up my wrists. The dark figure before me, I now perceived, was embroiled in a world of woven veils, tissues, gauzes of a light which appeared to have a writhing life of its own. It seemed to eat away at the edges of the shadowy shape, as though possessed of a carnivorous appetite for the darkness, its opponent and counterpart. I could feel the swifter and swifter progress of those masked marionettes in their deftly delicate unravelling of the bandages from my body. Yet I did not look, but remained transfixed by the scene unfolding before me. For now that scene and the figure it contained were fully unveiled. Much of the figure had now yielded to the depredations of the ravening brightness, and it seemed had become one with the swarming effulgence itself. But now it was that I saw something which disturbed me beyond all the antic pageantry which had heretofore danced before my helpless sight. It was simply this, that the figure had eyes which gazed steadily and cryptically into my own. Nor were they any ordinary eyes. They were rings of gold. I had a sensation as of the pieces of a great, shadowy puzzle sliding into new arrangements of significance in dim, profound regions of my being. What was transpiring before me, I now saw, bore in the most intimate way upon the mystery of my own existence. At the same moment, there was a shift in the quality of the light which beamed down from that spectrally resplendent disk which hung over the scene in which I was so helplessly entangled. It became, somehow, thinner, more diffused. How had I not seen it before? Had it been merely my own agitation and overwrought imagination, in combination with the effect of that strange light? Or perhaps my eyes, which had so long lain entombed behind sealed lids in a subterranean chamber, were strangely affected by exposure to light of a source and nature different to any of the phantasmagorical varieties they had already experienced. Or perhaps, conversely, that glass was truly a portal to some other dimension, inhabited by beings of ethereal substance, each with its corrupted, fleshly echo in our material plane. Such were the ideas which formed and dissolved in my brain like the shadows of storm clouds, as I contemplated the bewildering transformation, no, revelation, which confronted me. It was simply this. What faced me was no longer some fantastical realm of light and darkness, but simply the reflection of the room in which I stood. Here was the platform upon which I stood, a faint film of the ghostly light still clinging to its surface. Here were the masked marionettes, still skillfully applying themselves to their task. And here, in the center of the web, was myself, a caught fly whose arachnidon captors were, for their own inscrutable reasons, releasing it from its sarcophagus of woven web. Yes, the object which had exerted such a terrible influence over my mind, which had incited my fancy to such fantastical speculations, was nothing more than a plain, prosaic mirror. Likewise, that dark idol whose revelation I had so dreaded, whose unravelling I had witnessed, was simply my own reflection. Beneath the bandages I was stark naked. There I stood, like some exquisitely sculpted ivory figure, my skin pale and smooth, yet with an indescribable hint of seasoning, as of well-preserved parchment. Even now, I could feel a host of impressions, sensations, ideas and memories pressing against the gates of my mind like floodwater against a wooden dam. But one more revelation still awaited me on the physical plane. This was the unveiling of my face, the only part of my body which the bandages still concealed. Arriving at this last portion of their task, my insectile attendants seemed to exercise greater care, as if fearing to damage fragile structures beneath. Indeed, there was abundant time for my imagination to supply the hidden physiognomy with all manner of fantastical deformations and disfigurements. I saw faces rotting and crawling with maggots, with patches of skull showing, faces with elephantine features, faces scarred beyond the semblance of humanity. These visions, and many more of their like, flashed before my mind's eye while my masked attendants unwound the seemingly endless layers of bandages which swathed my head, before the first patch of flesh was revealed. It was part of my forehead, and, like the rest of my body, was as white and unblemished as ivory. By the time my head was fully unveiled, I had remembered much. At first the memories came in disjointed, disarticulated fragments. I remembered my ebony curls being shaved, falling to the floor where they were gathered up and placed inside small, decorated earthenware jars. I remembered a liquor, purpureal and dark, aromatic yet acrid in scent, thickly sweet on the tongue. I remembered the innumerable bandages being steeped in this same liquid and then applied to every inch of my body. I remembered being lain upon the stone altar, on a gorgeously worked, vivid tapestry, and amidst a sumptuous cornucopia of flowers. I remembered staring up at the rich imagery on the roof of the domed chamber above me, how the shapes and colours there began to dance among themselves, to wreathe and interleave, while the murmurous sound of chanting and soft singing lulled me, on my strange stone bark, gently into those dark, watery regions of the long sleep. And I remembered the people whom I am come from, the ones who called themselves the ancients, that I was one of their most gifted offspring. I remembered, God help me, that I had chosen this fate, chosen to be preserved unto posterity, that I might contemplate in person, and not only in prophetic imagination, the fruition of our beautiful plans for humanity. Ha! The harvest is blighted. The fruit is rotted beyond recognition. No, we never predicted this. Not for all our wisdom, not for all our mastery of those secret forces and patterns underlying reality which, over centuries, we codified in that wondrous language which enabled us to manipulate the very fabric of the world, to travel through other dimensions and universes. We could not predict that our descendants would willingly cast off all that we had gained for them, that in their callousness they would tear down the temples we had so painstakingly built, that they would choose to worship the baser impulses which lay in their nature, which we had worked so tirelessly to liberate them from, and that, with time, their very corporeal forms would come to mould themselves after the images of the demons they worshipped. With these memories there came also the knowledge that these strange, half-living marionettes which I had so feared were, in truth, my only friends and allies in that place. For those techniques by which my corporeal existence had been preserved, long beyond its natural duration, were merely one among many means which the ancients had devised for the same purpose. These half-organic beings represented the form of a much older method than that which had been used on me. Yes, they contained the souls of my own ancestors, souls who had sworn themselves to the task of waiting in this place for all the uncountable years before my reawakening, so that they might guide and assist me in my task. They were the CTHULHU, the ones who chose to wear the faces of demons, that they might stand as a constant reminder, an animate symbol of the dangers of yielding to the demonic impulses which sleep in all our hearts. The thought of my eventual return must have been the one thing which kept them from despair, as they persisted and waited through all those ages, forced to witness the gradual and horrendous transformations which must have been occurring about them. And yet, now that I was here, what could it possibly be within my power to do to remedy a world so completely given over to insanity? At last the CTHULHU, having completed their work, retreated into the partial shade of the steps ascending to the platform, leaving me to gaze upon my own perfect form. Suddenly, I became once more aware of the silent presence of those creatures who had before been so cacophonously vocal, and who still, I knew, must be standing in the shadowy regions which lay beyond and beneath the luminous platform upon which I stood. I could still see their forms, dark and motionless, clotted and twisted like the thickly interlacing branches of trees in a nocturnal forest. Then it was that a madness, compounded of horror and blind rage, seized all my senses. The truth was too awful to be borne in equilibrium of mind. I had entered the long sleep with such hopes, expecting upon my awakening to assume the exalted task of guiding a people towards a higher stage of wisdom and art, a higher mode of being. Instead, I had awoken to a living nightmare. So I seized the mirror and descended the steps in my rage. I went down among them, wielding that mirror. When they looked and saw therein their own forms so fallen and hideous, there arose a great uproar. In a white delirium of fury, I waded amidst the clamour of their wailing, screeching, and roaring. One by one they fell to the floor, clutching and tearing at the costumes which had fused with and become their own flesh, seized by the revelation and despair of what they had become, of their irreversible disfigurement of body and soul. The babble and the white noise of my rage grew and grew, until, finally, it eclipsed my consciousness. When I woke, I was lying on my back on a soft bed, feeling somewhat recovered from my ordeal. I was staring upwards, into a roof space which receded into a realm of complexly shadowed and juxtaposed beams and rafters, laced together by a system of cobwebs so elaborate that it seemed in some way to be aiding the oaken structure in its architectural function of support. Sitting up, I discovered that I was in a small, square chamber, furnished with several aged wooden chests and a writing table. In each of the 4 walls was a small, louvred aperture. The space was illuminated by several lamps made from a white, quartz-like crystal. The soft luminosity which this substance radiated did not in the least hurt my eyes, and yet lit everything it fell upon with a perfect lucidity. I realized that I was in the church's tower, in what must once have been the bell loft. The CTHULHU must have, as best they could, prepared this place to be my living quarters. They must, too, have carried me up here after I had lost consciousness in that arena below. As if in response to this thought, I now noticed a movement in one of the corners of the room. What I had at first, in my drowsy state, taken to be some object or pile of objects hidden under a white cloth, was now moving strangely towards me. It was the CTHULHU with the demon face. Now, of course, I had no fear of the creature, knowing it to be animated by the spirit of one of my own ancestors. Communicating to me by way of gestures of its mechanical hands, which conveyed much more of its sense to me than did the rustling syllables of its sibilant language, it acquainted me with the room in which I was, it seemed, to spend the foreseeable future. One of the chests held a selection of the long, colourful silken robes of the kind favoured by the ancients, adorned with intricate, hieratic designs. Even after all these years, they were almost perfectly preserved. The contents of another chest, however, were of much greater interest to me. These were a large number of scrolls, with stoppers made of the same luminous mineral as the lamps. The documents they contained, as I soon discovered, furnished me with a guide for learning once more the language of the ancients, that same pictorial script whose gorgeous, interwoven hieroglyphs had flowered so entrancingly and yet bafflingly across the domed roof of the chamber in which I had awoken, and which, during my time in the long sleep, I had forgotten, much as any skill is temporarily forgotten if it is not practiced for a long time. And so, in part to beguile the long hours of silence in this strange, fallen world, and partly to foster some sense of connection with the people from whom I am come, and to aid in the recovery of more of my memories of my existence before I had embarked upon my journey over the centuries through the ocean of the long sleep, I set myself to reacquire that language which once I remembered was as natural and familiar to me as my own thoughts and perceptions. I found that I made swift progress. The language of the ancients is nothing other than the soul of the world, which is identical with the soul of every living being, and through which each living being is connected to the whole. It is life's flowing tapestry, codified in a system of symbols and spatio-grammatical relations, as infinitely flexible as the forms and processes and interlaced patterning of life itself. As such, although the initial acquisition is difficult, ultimately it becomes perceived, understood, and wielded in pure intuition. It facilitates a perfect integration and synthesis of the rational mind with those deeper layers of being which we call the soul, and which are, in turn, part and parcel of the universe's own soul, or psyche. Those who master this language become magicians of a kind, able, with certain important boundaries, to perform seemingly miraculous feats. They can, for example, leave their own bodies and mold their disembodied psychic energy into idola or imagos, semi-physical forms of other creatures, or simply roam in the form of spirits through other dimensions of time and space. In this way, they can also enter into the great spiritual mechanism of time. In spirit, they can travel backwards to what has already passed, stretching like the links of a long chain to the beginning and source of things, or else see the future in its infinitude of branching possibilities. Thus there has come to me, in the midst of the isolation of my new life, a hope. For I now know that I can, by entering into this underlying psychic matrix, return, in a limited manner, to the time from which I set out so many millennia ago. Never can my physical body travel back, to be at home and once more among my kin, but that is the sacrifice I knowingly chose, even if I could not have known what nightmare of futurity awaited me. I do not think I will ever return. The Canyu will remain here. It is their own chosen curse to be forever tied to their half-mechanical bodies, unable now even to enter the Matrix. But they will continue to search among that lurid world below for such as might retain the traces of their original, unfallen nature, however corrupted and decayed they have become. It is my belief that in this they will not be successful. However, should they, by whatever fabulous chance, find such a one, they will have all the tools necessary to school that one in the ways of their distant forebears, and to nurture and coax into fresh life the dormant, perhaps atrophied, seed of their soul. It is for such a one also that I leave behind this account of my experiences. Therefore, dear reader, whose very existence I would regard as a miracle, I neither ask nor expect your forgiveness. I am a coward, but I cannot remain here, stranded upon this nightmarish promontory of time, waiting for a time and a person whose coming I do not believe in. I feel a terrible cold creeping into my soul, and my heart longs for home. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time.